create the life that you're so destined to have. So, but we have to get up off the couch and make it happen. It doesn't just happen because the cards tell us that, or somebody said to us that we have, the opportunity for this. We have to make it happen ourselves. And I think that's the biggest lesson here, is a lot of times people sit there and wait for something to sort of happen. They don't look at, they've got to be contributing to life to make these things change. So we're in the Taurus time of the year, so happy birthday to all the Taurians, and there's lots of Taurians around the world that are celebrating a birthday today. It's your time to shine. It's your time to get out there and strut your stuff and show the world what you're made of. And, I have some very dear Taurus friends and family and things like that. And yes, sometimes they can be a little bit frustrating because they can be a little bit pig-headed and stubborn. But most of the time they're a delight to be around because they are so grounded. And they give us a different perspective of how to look at the world, through a different set of eyes. Well, what does this really mean to the principles in your life? Have you really thought about how you can save some money? Or have you thought about an investment portfolio, or even investing in a new couch? Look at the pros and cons, not just the price. Look at how long the couch is going to last you. And by spending a little bit more money, is that a more worthwhile investment? Or is it just that you don't have the money at the moment and this is all you can afford and this is the way you have to go? So they tend to give some pretty solid advice, and that's why we need people like this in our lives, for people to sort of sit us down and sort of say, let's look at all the pros and cons. Let's look at this from every conceivable angle before you make a decision. Unlike our Aries friends and most of our fire signs, we tend to sort of, bang, it's in our head, let's do it, worry about the consequences later. And I have a bad habit of that, I must admit, because I'm a fellow fire sign. But I have learnt over the years to lean into the more Taurian energy and look at things and slow things down, particularly if it's a financial investment. Make sure that you get the best advice you possibly can. Now, we have Pluto, the planet of transformation, is in Aquarius. And as I said on previous shows, don't want to talk too much about Pluto, but I think it's important at the moment because as Pluto's going to be in Aquarius for 20 odd years, so we're going to be talking about Pluto for a long time. But at the moment, Pluto is sitting stationary, ready to go direct again. Now, why is this so important? Well, Pluto's the planet of transformation. He's the one that sort of, governs the underworld and things that are not quite so pleasant, but also is the planet of transformation. He asks you to stop, look and listen, look at the situation at hand. Is there another way of doing this? Is there a better result, a better outcome? There's something here that needs to be transformed. Now, the fact that it's in Aquarius is very, very interesting because the Aquarian energy is, I like to do things differently. I need to step out of the box. I need to be seen to be, groundbreaking, pioneering, doing something different, listening in a different way, putting my listening ears on, but then coming up with some incredibly different solutions because I dare to think outside the norm. Now, this is why it's so important. There's so many things going on politically around the world with wars and different changes of governments and things like that, and climate change and all. We could go on and on and on for the rest of the day with the things that are up for grabs at the moment, or the things that need to change. And the people in the places of power and, that get the job done have to start looking for different solutions. They have to think outside the box. They have to look at things and say, okay, we've been doing it this way for 50 years. It's not working. Now let's try and find some new solutions. Now, this is why I think, Pluto at the moment going stationary and ready to go direct is so important, because we need to start watching a little bit more of world events, and hopefully, just hopefully, somebody's got some common sense sprinkled in all this, that we might get a resolution to the war in Ukraine and the one in the Middle East, which is affecting the whole world. It's not just affecting those two regions in the world. It's washing over the rest of the economies around the world, and it's creating chaos. It's creating, inflation and things like that that shouldn't necessarily be there if these situations weren't going on. So let's hope some common sense prevails. We also have Uranus, the planet of the unusual and the unexpected, has just moved into Gemini. He'll be there for 7 years. Now, why is this so important at the moment? It's so important because he's just changed out of Taurus, where he'd been for a very long time, into Gemini. Now, when a planet moves into a new energy like this is when the intensity is really there. It's like he's got to come in and make a bold statement and say, I've arrived, I'm here. So why is this so important? Because particularly for the air signs, which is Gemini, Libra and Aquarius, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius, he's coming in, he's shaking things up, You might think, oh, nothing's happening, I'm bored, I'm sick of this, or, I've been waiting so long for something, and then bang, in comes Uranus and he tips everything upside down, or he creates a great opportunity, or he takes something away from you, depending on what he feels is right for you. So anybody that's under those 4 signs that I mentioned, be a little bit alert, be a little bit on your toes, because things are going to come out of nowhere. There could be job offers, there could be opportunities to change residence, buy a new car, do lots of different things, but mainly, I think it's more to do with what's going on in your local environment, because Gemini rules communication and local environment stuff, more local stuff than it does long distance. So be aware of that as well, that some of the things that could be happening or coming out of nowhere could be coming more to a home base or be connected with your local community. Maybe he's asking you to rethink the things that are important to you. I know that there's lots of people under those signs at the moment that are feeling quite restless or unsettled in their employment and looking to make changes for various reasons, and not just to do with global economies, but for many reasons. And they're feeling a little bit antsy, like, I've applied for so many jobs, nothing's happened, what am I doing wrong? Not a matter of doing anything wrong, it's a matter of Uranus hasn't said, bang, this is the right one for you. So don't be down in the mouth, don't be disheartened. For the other remaining signs, it's not quite so as intense, it's there, but it's sort of like percolating along in the background. Yeah, you can feel the winds of change, and sometimes you think, oh, that'd be nice, and then you sort of settle back into life and say, no, I'm quite happy with the status quo. Yeah, well, be careful, no matter what your star sign is, what you verbalize at the moment in words out aloud, Uranus is listening. So be very careful not to say anything that you don't want to happen. So if you don't want something to happen, then don't speak it out aloud. It's okay to think about it in your mind, but don't share it with anybody in any form of communication, whether it's email, SMS, phone call, speaking it out aloud, even to yourself. Uranus is listening. So just be aware of that. We have Jupiter, the planet of opportunity and expansion and luck, is sitting in Cancer at the moment. Now, Jupiter's been here for a while. He's nearing sort of the end of his time in Cancer, but it's an important time for the water signs, which is Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, and the opposite sign of Capricorn, because he's asking you to sort of go back and have a look. What were you trying to bring into your life? Was there anything that you were trying to change? Was there anything there that you felt you could expand on that could improve your way of life? When we say luck, we're not always talking about, okay, you're going to win the lottery or you're going to win some sort of game of chance. It's the luck of your life. It's what are you creating? What are you sending out there? What messages do you want the universe to know about? What openings can you create for yourself? There's no point in sitting on the couch and saying, oh, I wish I had a job, unless you get up and do something about it. Search a job board, buy a newspaper, put a notice up in the local community centre, do something proactive, and that's how you enhance the luck and the opportunity of Jupiter. Jupiter doesn't knock on the door and say, hey, can I give you a hand? Jupiter says, you've got to be proactive, show me what you're working on, and maybe, just maybe, I can make it happen, because the luck is on your side, the energy's with you at the moment. So it's really, really important to sort of be able to look at that and sort of say to yourself, what is actually sort of happening here? Because, you've got to be proactive to create luck, to bring luck into your life. And a lot of people don't see it that way. They think, oh, well, I'm sitting here on the couch, I've been told I'm in a lucky period, I'll just wait for it to happen. No, you've got to instigate it in some way. Nothing happens unless we get up and do something about it ourselves. We've still got Neptune conjunct Saturn sitting in Aries. Now, this is going to be a conjunction that'll probably happen for a little while. But, at the moment, the planets are not so much stationary, but they're not moving into other signs where there's a lot of new stuff that I can talk about, because everything is sort of pretty static at the moment, other than the moon moving fairly fast. And it only stays in a sign for 2.5 days. So I don't tend to look at the moon in a weekly report, because it's almost over by the time we've talked about it. Or, there's very little there that has got longer term substance. I try and work with the outer planets, the things that I can see that will make a difference to everybody, to understand how this is affecting them, and this is why it's washing over you, and this is why you felt this way or that way. So Neptune conjunct Saturn. Now, Neptune's the planet of illusion, delusion, creativity. It's sort of said like walking down a dark tunnel in a fog, and then all of a sudden we see that ray of light at the end of the the situation, which is good. We need to have that every now and then. But at the same time, Neptune can sort of make us second guess ourselves, sort of, did I really think that? Is that really my intuition? Or is it just my wishful thinking? Oh, I don't know. Yes, it felt strong an hour ago. Now it doesn't feel so strong. So we sort of wave in and out of how we sort of see what Neptune is trying to share with us. The best thing I can suggest to you with the Neptune energy is just let it flow. If this hour you're feeling incredibly positive and you've got some ideas, jot them down on paper, put them in your phone, put them in your cell phone, and then come back to it later, because that energy might only be there for a short while where it's so intense. So let's take advantage of that intense creative energy before it's gone, and then we think, oh, what was that about? I can't really remember. So it's always good to try and get these things down in a way that you can understand, and you can look at it and say, I can come back and refer to that and expand my thought bubble out later on. Now, with it conjunct Saturn is the planet of discipline, the planet of, that's like the father figure that says you will do this and you will do that, or you can't do this or you can't do that. And sometimes we sort of look at Saturn as being such a restrictive planet. For anybody that's got a very strong Saturn in their chart, which I do, it's not so much a restriction, it's an opportunity to sort of say, to give you that tenacity to work that little bit harder to make something happen. You don't just give up at the first hurdle or the second or the third, you wait till the 152, and then you might sort of think, oh, maybe I should give this up. But it gives you that tenacity to keep going. And I think that's very important for each and every one of us. But particularly this conjunction is affecting the fire signs, which is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra. It is washing over the remaining 8 signs. So what I've previously spoken about applies to everybody. It's just it may be a little bit more watered down if you're not one of those signs. So enjoy your week astrologically until next week. We're going to talk with Suzette in Ontario, in Canada. Are you there, Suzette?
I am. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you, sweetie. How can I help you today? Do you have a question I can answer for you?
Sure. I want to know about career. I'm trying to break into the Pilates business.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering if that was something that's going to happen soon.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's an interesting career choice, isn't it? Going into that sort of area of, looking after yourself. And I think that's a good choice, Suzette, for you, from what I'm sort of feeling. It's sort of, to me, it feels like a natural calling. It's not something that sort of you just got out of bed today and said, oh, that'd be great. You've been feeling this for some time. It's sort of like slowly been calling your name, getting you closer and closer and closer to it. It's interesting because I'm seeing here there will be an opportunity for you to break into that, but I'm not sure that it's this week. It's going to be a slow process. I think you need to get out there and about and look at the places that you might like to work from. And then sort of, frequent those, or put in an application there and say, hi, I'm Suzette. This is what I can bring to your organisation. I'm qualified in this way and this way. Just love to hear from you if there's an opening. Put it in a very friendly sort of way. They were showing me that the real work is going to start in August. Now, look, I know it's only May and that seems like a long way away, but they were showing me a couple of little temporary positions up until then, like, somebody's going on holidays or somebody's on maternity leave or something like that, and they're asking you, can you step in? That would be a great way to get your foot in the door, that you're in there, you can show them what you're made of, you can take the class, all those sort of things, and people can then see how you really work. It's always better to see somebody live in action than it is what somebody's written on a piece of paper or written on their CV or their resume, because anybody can write anything fantastic, but it's who you are and what you are in the flesh that I think really makes the difference. And I just feel that there'll be 2 opportunities, and it's like I'm going to say I think you can swing both of them, Suzette. How would that fit with you if you had 2 opportunities?
Oh, God, that would be fantastic. I would love it. Because I was also
that's what I'm
thinking of doing. And
can you repeat that for me, sweetie? Can you repeat your last statement?
I was thinking of doing. I was hoping to do also in my house as well.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Look,
Um,
I feel that you can mix it up. That's what I'm saying. But I'd like to see you
okay.
attached to something, where people are already coming. You know what I mean? And then you've got the opportunity to sort of, casually bring in. Yeah. By the way, I do private lessons or private classes. You know what I mean? Like, I want to see you get out amongst the people again. I think you've been shut off for too long, and that's why I think it's important to sort of, get a little cover letter together that you can just sort of send out. You see a place that you like the look of, you slot in their name and address, and you send it off in the email. You know what I mean? Like, have something that's a little bit punchy, a little bit playful, and that says, this is what I do and this is why I love to do it. And it's about helping people achieve their goals, isn't it? Not just in one area, but right across the board. There's lots of reasons why people take up things like this, and it's not always to lose weight. It's for many reasons. So, and you might be able to put forward that you might have a different idea on maybe doing a class for people that have mobility issues, for argument's sake, or, haven't exercised for a long time. There's lots of ideas I think you can put together, Suzette.
Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was thinking of doing Reiki with it.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. There's, put as much as you can in your little covering blurb about what you can bring to the table, because there's lots of people looking for lots of things. Anyway, Suzette, that's where we've got to leave it, sweetie. We're going to talk with Hannah in Mississippi in the USA. Are you there, Hannah? Hello, Hannah. Well, it looks like Hannah's missing in action for the moment. I'll just keep talking and let's hope Hannah joins us in a moment. It's an interesting time of the year where a lot of people are looking to make changes in their lives because they feel the sort of the call, the change, the pull from inside the tummy that says, hang on a minute, it's time to get up off the couch and do something different.
Yes.
Hello, Hannah. How are you? How can I help you, sweetie? Looks like we've lost Hannah again. That's unfortunate. Without knowing what Hannah's question is, I can't really give her an answer on her question. All we can do is wish her well. The only thing that's coming up around you, Hannah, and I know you're missing in action, is they're showing me the symbology for endings, change and transformation. So I'm going to say that there's some massive changes coming up in your life in the next few months, Hannah, that you really need to be aware of and really tune into what it is that you really want to change in your life. Don't just go with the first thought that comes into your head. Are you still here? Are you here, Hannah?
Yes. Yes.
Good, sweetie. Have you got a question for me, darling?
No, just seeing maybe if I mean, like, my father passed not long ago, and
I'm sorry to hear that,
tragedy.
sweetie. That's
And
no
I'm
good.
seeing
Well,
maybe. And I just
So
been,
you're
dealing with
wondering,
everything by myself.
yeah, so you're wondering how he is since he's passed. Have you not had any sort of confirmation from him, any sort of message, sweetie?
No.
Darling, look, sometimes it's hard for them on the other side to sort of come through and give us a message, because what you've got to understand, you've lost one person, you've lost your dad, somebody that was really important and special in your life, but he's lost everybody. So he's got to come to terms with that. And if it was a sudden passing, as you mentioned it was, that makes it even more difficult because he wasn't ready to say goodbye to anybody. So, just don't get upset. I appreciate we all have to grieve and we've all got a certain amount of tears that have got to flow for every death, and that's normal. But what I'm saying is don't get upset with yourself that you haven't been able to tune into Dad, or Dad hasn't come forward with a message yet. What's wrong with me? There's nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with you, Hannah. What will happen is that I do believe he will in time come to you in a dream. He'll be smiling. He mightn't say much, but he looks younger. He looks fit. He looks healthy. He looks very lovely. And that'll be his sign to you to let you know that he's okay. His major concern is you, that he feels that you're not handling this. He's very concerned about you not being able to sort of pull yourself out of this terrible sadness. And that's okay, sweetie. You're allowed to be sad. But, him being being your dad, he wants you to see you happy and smiling and getting on with life. So, there is going to be some more change, not necessarily horrible change like you experienced there. Let me assure you, your dad didn't feel anything or didn't suffer. He says to me, he was here 1 minute and gone the next. He didn't even realise what was happening, what was taking place. So that may be of some comfort to you, because I know you were concerned that maybe it was a terrible passing for him. Well, he's sharing with me it wasn't. So does that help you a little bit, sweetie?
No, it
What, sweetheart?
was. It was. He committed suicide.
Yeah, but he's telling me, what he said to me was he was here 1 minute and gone the next. So to me, even though it was at his own hands, he didn't have time to stop and second guess himself. It was already in motion, and then he was gone. That's what, that's why I'm saying to me that, he says to me he was here 1 minute and gone the next. He's more upset that you're upset. That's the concern.
Yeah, he did it in front of me.
Oh, my God. Why did he do that?
I don't know.
Oh, no wonder you're struggling with this, him doing this, performing this task.
So sad, I'm just so depressed, because of all this. I don't know what to do to get myself up out of it.
Yeah, but darling, you've got to understand there's nothing you could have done to change this situation. People don't just get out of bed today and decide they're going to take their own life. There's usually a build up to it. There's usually things that we look back and say, oh, gee, why didn't I notice that? It's because you weren't meant to. I think there's certain things that are destined in our lives that are out of our control. And it's only in hindsight that we look at it and we look back at it and say, oh, I should have seen that sign, or I should have done more. No, you did exactly what you were supposed to do. I think it's a terrible thing that he did it in front of you. I can't begin to imagine how you feel. And of course you would be sort of blaming yourself. Couldn't you have stopped it? No, you couldn't have. That's the answer. You couldn't have. He keeps saying to me he's going to come to you in a dream and he's going to show you how happy he is now. I know that's probably no comfort at this time, because all you can see is the last memory you've got of him, of what he did. And that's probably going to haunt you for the rest of your life. But please, sweetie, understand you did nothing wrong. You couldn't have stopped it, no matter what you did. If you might have prevented it that day, but it wouldn't have stopped the end result. He was determined to do this. I just think it's a terrible tragedy he did it in front of you. It's a tragedy that he passed over, but to have you witness this is even worse, because he keeps telling me he didn't realise it happened. So, that's no excuse. He was in control of the last few moments of his life. Whether he was in his right mind, well, obviously he wasn't. But to him, it was like he was in a daze, and it was like he was watching someone else perform it. That's how he's presenting it to me. So, look, darling, I don't know what else to say to you. I mean, this is a terrible thing that you've had to go through. A really terrible thing, and it's not something that I think anybody should experience. So, sweetie, all as I can suggest to you is what I've told you in the reading, and one day you will get up and the sun will shine again, and you need to start looking after yourself now. That's the most important thing, is go and get some professional help, go to a counsellor, talk this through, and they may be able to give you some tools to help you cope with this terrible tragedy that's out of my hands, that I can't do for you. But I really do feel for you, and I will hold you in my prayers, and I hope that you find some peace out of this mess. I really do. So that's where we're going to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. It's always terrible when people have tragedy in their lives, but this is one that I've never heard before. I must say, in all 40 odd years I've been doing this sort of work, I've never heard of somebody taking their own life in front of their child. That's a new one on me. And I feel really sorry for her that she's had to go through this, because this is not something that anybody needs to go through. So anyway, as we always do, we wrap up the end of the show and we always have a song of the week, and this one's really more than appropriate now. it's morning here in Australia, and as I was getting ready for the show, I heard that it was one of my favourite singers' birthdays, and no, it's not John Farnham and it's not David Cassidy. You're going to be a little bit surprised here. Probably one of the very first people that I really fell in love with their voice when I was a very young girl was Stevie Wonder, and I won a record from the radio station called For Once in My Life, and I drove my mother nuts with it. But I'm not going to feature that song this week. I'm going to feature one of his probably more popular songs that people know and sing around the world and use it very often, and it's called I Just Called to Say I Love You. And I think that's a very appropriate song for the callers that we had today, and for a lot of people around the world. But it's Stevie Wonder's 76th birthday, and we just called to say we love you, Stevie Wonder. So until next week, bye for now.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi guys, welcome. Happy Wednesday, happy hump day. I am your mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. Speaking of moons, we just are still in this full moon energy. So as usual, I'm excited to see how the energy plays out tonight and see how the stars are aligning and how the veil is so thin between us and the spirit realm and all that good stuff. So, but I wanted to kind of give a shout out to all of the mamas out there, those who, are playing mom, who, even the dads who step in as mom, roles or whatever it may be, fur baby moms, and just say a happy belated Mother's Day to you all. I hope that you are all pampered and loved and treated with all the love and respect and all that goodness. So I wanted to say that before I got started here, because I have a whole lot of stuff to share and a lot of energy that has been coming in. So super excited to see who we connect with tonight. But a couple things I wanted to just kind of get out there really quick for those who maybe haven't been following or watching, or, if we're all, you're super busy, which I totally get, but some fun events coming up. If you live here in Utah or you want to come and visit Utah, which I would love that. Here in Utah, I have some fun events coming up. Let's see, this Saturday, I will be going to Camas, Utah, and I'm going to be doing a mediumship, beautiful reading with a shamanic practitioner. Her name is Ash, and she is just incredible. She has this beautiful teepee up in Camas, and if you're not familiar with Camas, Utah, as I'm sure some that are listening are not, it's in a very mountainous area, just surrounded by all of these, huge, beautiful trees, and it's just, it's up and away. And if you've never seen the Utah mountains, then I suggest you come, because our mountains here are absolutely beautiful and incredible. And the snow's melting finally. So, if you're not much of a snow person, then, it's a great time to come visit. But anyhow, so that is this Saturday. I have a couple seats available. It is a very small, intimate event, and we'll be in this beautiful sacred teepee, and we'll be doing a cacao ceremony and opening up that beautiful heart chakra. And I will be tapping into my mediumship abilities and channeling loved ones in spirit and any ancestors as we sit in this beautiful setting up in the mountains here in Utah. So a couple seats left there. So if you're interested, on my website, you can go to mini-medium.com. So it's mini, then the little dash, medium.com. And also on my website are all my events coming up. I have another that is going to be coming up Friday the 30th of this month, so in about 2-ish weeks. I will be at Callie's Cafe and Sports Bar in Orem, Utah, and I will be doing a fun event there. So tickets are available and on sale on my website for that event. And that is also limited seating. So I suggest if you are listening or you're going to be in Utah this, either Saturday or in a couple of weeks, end of the month, come see me. I would love to have some of you come up and say, hey, I listened to you on A1R Psychic Radio, or I catch you on Moonstruck TV, or wherever it is that you listen to this amazing and beautiful platform of just very gifted psychics and mediums and spiritualists and however may be. So then June next month is my 50th birthday. Yay, Geminis. So June 15th, I will be 50. Oh goodness, my friends. I'm embracing my 50 coming, but we're going to be celebrating by taking this fun bus out to Wendover, Nevada. And Wendover, here in Utah, we don't get to gamble. It's illegal. So we hop on a bus, we drive 2 hours west, and we go to this little town called Wendover, Nevada. And the bus, as we go out there, it's about a 2-hour drive. I'll be channeling and doing readings, sharing messages from your loved ones in spirit. We get to Wendover, we gamble for about 6 hours, we hop on the bus, and then we come back and I'll do readings on the way back. So we'll be celebrating my birthday and my anniversary. So it's going to be a blast. And again, limited seating. So if you're interested, again, go to the website, mini-medium.com, get your tickets, come celebrate my big 50 with me. I would love it. And then in June 6th, I believe, gosh, there's so much coming up. June 6th, that event is called the Giving Grinch. It's the Grinch Fest. And a friend of mine who also runs and is the person over this charitable organization called the Giving Grinch is putting this on, and I'll be doing readings there. And a portion of those proceeds will be going to help children who, don't get to, have a Christmas per se, or for families that will be struggling around the holidays. But she also helps with other things as well as, other charitable organizations. So lots of fun things coming. Then really quickly here in July, so July 24th, I will be in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Super excited for that one. And I will be there at the Gettysburg Battlefield Bash. So shout out to all of the Bash people. Shout out to Pam and to Steve, who are the ones that put this on. And then, of course, all the people that help, volunteers and whatnot. I'm going to be doing a gallery reading event there. And those tickets are also on sale on my website. That's in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, on July 24th, 25th, 26th. So lots of things. But if you go to the website, all of this stuff is on there. So just wanted to kind of get that out there since I've got so much coming up. But let's get to the stuff we're here for tonight, right? So before we take our first caller, I am going to do the usual affirmation reading that I do. So, the number that I've been drawn to today. So for those of you who are just listening, when I, throughout my day, as I start to welcome any souls that walk within that beautiful white light, as I welcome them to come in and use my energy, they'll start to share messages. And they, along with that, are numbers. So as I get these numbers, as many of you have listened in the past, the numbers will connect with my caller for the night, or callers, or tonight I'm actually going to be doing free readings on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. And even this number may connect with someone that will be calling in or jumping on the YouTube live tonight. So that also, you can find all of that information, ultimately on the website or message me. So the number that I've been getting today, now this is a large number, the number 82. Now that's a pretty big number. So in a sense, 82 would be like August 2nd, the age of 82, someone born in 1982. Sometimes this is connecting with the month of August and February. So there's a lot of ways that that Spirit tends to want to connect and validate certain things. So we'll kind of keep that in mind. But to pull a card, I didn't want to count to 82. So we did 28. So I'm going to also throw that number 28 out there. there really is such a thing as psychic dyslexia. I promise I get it a lot. So we'll kind of see if those numbers connect with my first caller. But now oh, I love this as I'm reading this. I just pulled it just now. The affirmation, again, this is a collective message to everybody, says, nature loves me. Opening my heart to nature helps me feel happy and peaceful. And what a beautiful, perfect message for the fact I'm doing that beautiful teepee event in Kamas, Utah on Saturday. And I think nothing is more cleansing, more grounding, helping with, anxiety, depression, stress, whatever it may be, than taking your shoes and socks off, putting them in the dirt, and just becoming one with Gaia, or, Mother Nature as well. So now I'll read that again. Nature loves me, and opening my heart to nature helps me feel happy and peaceful. So get outside, my friends. Get outside, enjoy nature, and, I always say, give back to Gaia, back to Mother Earth, back to the universe for, everything that is gifted to us from both of them. So, all right. Well, we're going to go ahead and take my first caller, and I missed the name, but I did see from Tracy. Oh, Tracy. Hi, Tracy. This is the mini medium. How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm not too bad, my friend. Not too bad. Thanks for asking. How can I help you tonight?
I actually was just curious about where is this going, if that makes sense. Like my situation, I'm kind of stuck, if that makes sense.
Okay. And when you say is where is this going, are you meaning your path, your life, your journey, relationship?
My life, my journey, pretty much, yes.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Absolutely. Yeah, let me see. I'm going to pull a few cards for you, my friend, and see if we can get some cards to help validate what I'm already starting to see and connect with you. Let me just pull a couple here for you, hon. Okay. All right. So before I get into your reading and opening myself up to your beautiful energy, do you connect with that number I mentioned earlier, either the number 82 or 28, month of August 2nd? Do you resonate with that number, or 28?
Let me think. Did you say August 28th?
Yes, August 2nd or the 28th.
I'm thinking.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Okay, no worries. Okay, just I want you to just kind of keep that number in mind as we're going through doing your reading. If it resonates with you, even the age, boy, I just heard age of 82. Do you have a loved one that has passed that would have been 82, or they would have been 82 now?
My mom, she was born in 44. So she's been sick. She's been having seizures and stuff. I take care of her.
Okay. Okay. So my math is not so wonderful, but would be about that, about 80. Yeah, about 82. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and your mom has passed. Is that what you had mentioned?
No, I take care of her.
Okay.
She's
still here.
She's the only one. Yeah, she's still living. She's the only one that I can think of. I have an aunt that I'm not close to, but she's, she just got put on hospice. I don't know anyone else. That's why I'm trying to think who. I have a grandson that's 2 years old.
Okay. What month was he born in? Just out of curiosity.
October. And then I have the other one was born August. I have a 2-year-old that was born October 13th, and the other one was born August 27th, and he is 3.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I think I have an idea of where the numbers are connecting with you just at the moment. anytime I get numbers coming in, and of course we'll get right into your reading, but numbers and numerology is so important in readings, especially the way I read. And regardless of how you add the numbers, 2 + 8 is 10, and 8 + 2 is 10. And so it very well could be the month of October that I'm trying to connect with. And I know you mentioned that was one of your grandsons. So I'll see if I get more about what that's about. Yeah, I'm going to just stick with you and spend time with you throughout this reading. I'm not going to take another caller because I want to kind of give you some more of my time here. So now, when you mentioned your mom, and I really feel that there was even a sense of why that 82 may be connecting with your mom. The first thing that came up, and as I'm really pulling your cards, my friend, you pulled this Hermit card. I'm going to show that on camera here. And the Hermit card, when it's reversed, it really is about someone that is trying to come out of their shell, per se. Someone who is trying to find their light again. And so I know that I'm sure, my friend, with taking care of your mom and with her health issues, that it is just overwhelming. And
it's not just my mom.
Yeah, you are you're a giver. You're taking care of more than mom, right?
My mom, my dad, my daughter, my son-in-law, my grandkids, the list goes on.
Oh, bless your heart. You need to take a break. You need to, as my affirmation said earlier, to step outside into nature and get yourself, kind of grounded and connected. And when was the last time that you just went and did something like that, Tracy, where you just kind of went by yourself for a walk, or, connected with nature, or whatever it may be?
I go for a drive? Because honestly, I'm on disability. When I get done paying bills, I don't have the money to really take a trip or anything. So I just go for a drive.
Perfect. Okay. I want you to keep doing that as part of, your therapy and what I feel needs to happen so that you ultimately can find some peace and, and just decompress, right? Decompress.
Right.
The other thing that keeps coming up for you is this month of March. So month of March keeps coming up. How do you connect with March?
I knew that was going to come up because I get 11:11 a lot. Anytime I look at the clock, it says 11:11. Anytime I look at anything, it says 11:11. That's the message. My daughter passed away March 21st of 1996, and she was a baby. So, yeah.
Oh, wow.
I know it's her.
Okay.
She's always trying to give me messages. So, I know she's always around me.
Absolutely. Oh, I absolutely, my friend. And I feel the reason I heard March was your daughter, even though she didn't have a lot of time here in the physical world, but just hearing that I need to mention March is such a beautiful sign from her, just validating what you already know. But sometimes it's nice to hear from a complete stranger that, yes, this is what this is. And, and even the fact of, you doing what you are doing of taking care of everybody, there is such an emphasis coming from your daughter, my friend. This is why the month of March came up. It's her beautiful soul starting to step in. And I do want you to be very mindful of your legs. There's some things going on with your legs, with your knees. The minute you hopped on my legs. Do you understand that?
Go ahead. Yeah, I know there is. I know there is. I kind of got scared the other night because I have DVT, and I thought, man, that just feels weird. Like, it really just shut me down. But I wouldn't go to the hospital because I got too much to do. So I know there's something going on with my leg. I know there's something going on with my knee.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, look, this is our beautiful loved ones in spirit, your daughter being such a guardian angel, saying, Mom, this lady, this mini medium that, you connected with on A1R Psychic Radio, who knows nothing about you, is connecting and
Mm-hmm.
getting these messages so that you will go and take care of yourself. So please go have this
Right.
looked at. I know you're busy, okay? I just feel
Mm-hmm.
it's a sense of I would say urgency, and I don't mean to scare you, but I just don't think I would wait too much longer. Okay, just
Right.
definitely get this looked at, my friend. Then one of your questions too was, or your main question was, where is my life going? Where is this journey? And I'll tell you,
Mm-hmm.
I know the saying is kind of cliche when they say no good deed goes unpunished. And you've done so much good. I can feel it. I can hear it in your voice, and even just you, validating that. And, all of that energy you're putting out into the universe, it comes back to you. It really does. It's, I
Yeah.
think sometimes the human side gets impatient and wants it to happen now, we like
Mm-hmm.
immediate gratification, but I'm going to tell you right about, well, here in the next 3 months. So that puts us at, let's see, May to June, July, August, about August, September. Now you're in Ohio, I saw. Now, do you guys experience, seasons? Do you have a fall? And I've never been to Ohio,
Yeah.
so I don't know. Okay.
Oh, you're not missing nothing.
No.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know.
It's May and it's cooler than it normally is. My heart is Florida,
Yeah.
and I lived in Florida for like 15 years, and I came back because of a little situation with my granddaughter, and I've been here ever since 2019. I'm so ready to go back, but I can't because of this situation, and it just, yeah. My kids, they just cling on to me, and they just can't live on their own. I just feel like I can't seem to get away from them.
Oh, and it's so hard from a mom to another mom, we just do things out of just that unconditional love, right? And that selfless
Right.
love. And one thing I tell my clients, is I do readings, and primarily women, because not many men come and do readings. And shout out to the men out
Right.
there, get more readings, but because we all could use a reading. But I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to be selfish. And this doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. I think we're taught that throughout our life, right? As we grow up, don't be selfish, think of others, and which is all absolutely something I would, say don't ever forget. But also, sometimes we forget about ourselves. And then when we do something for ourselves, we have so much guilt. And boy, my friend, you do that to a fault. You do that to a fault. So,
Yeah.
I want you to start doing some things that are a bit selfish. And this is going to require you to tell the kids no. And they may not like me for saying this, but but you're going to have, I know I'm a mama too, and I have 3 kids, and 2 are on their own, one's still home. But, sometimes I have to say, I can't, I'm spent, so, what do they say? You can't pull, what is it? You can't pull blood from a turnip, right? You can't,
Right.
it is really that feeling I'm getting for you. So I've got about 2 minutes left in my show, and I want to kind of tell you, I got a whole lot more. So I want you to just around that fall time, that's why I wanted to know about your seasons. That time feels to me where you're going to have kind of a fork in the road, a transition of change. And I feel that it's going to be, you're really going to be given the opportunity to go one way or go the other. It's going to be a bit of a struggle, but I have no doubt that you will intuitively know which direction. And this even means moving, to a different location. So I've got about 45 seconds. My gosh, my show's gone by fast. If you're up tonight, my friend, if you're up later tonight, it's 7:15 Mountain Standard Time. On my Facebook page, Mini Medium, I'm going to be doing some free readings tonight. If you're up, hop on, let me know who you are, and then I would be happy to continue this a little further, okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, my friend. Well, I hope to talk to you soon, but have a beautiful night, and please take care of you, okay?
All right. Thank you. And what was that called on the Facebook?
Mini Medium, just like my show, Mini Medium on Facebook.
Okay. All righty.
Hey.
Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks, Tracy. You're welcome. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Beyond the Veil with your medium, Shelley Shonwall. Live from yourmedium.ca. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Beyond the Veil on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Beyond the Veil. I'm your host, Shelley Shonwell, an evidential medium walking alongside those experiencing grief and loss. If your heart has been heavy, if you've been wishing for just one more moment, one more sign you're in the right place. On this show, I share live readings and real connections with loved ones in spirit, bringing through messages of comfort, love, and reassurance. I offer private readings worldwide, and you can learn more at my website, www.yourmedium.ca. So stay with me. This space is here to remind you that love is never lost. So on this show, we do a short reading. It's, a condensed bit of information. And being as it is broadcast, there's many things that a medium will not be able to bring forward and say, time and privacy reasons. So with a private reading, which is of course an hour long, half hour long, the medium is able to have more conversation with you as the sitter and bring in the loved ones in the spirit and have those healing moments that are needed to get through the grief. And a good medium just won't rattle off a whole bunch of facts and spend the hour saying, your grandfather liked oats and he worked on a farm and he did this and that. and that's it. What they will do is bring forward conversation, memories of your loved one that you had together, some tidbits of the here and now, so you know that your loved one in spirit, they're still there. They're watching what's going on, all the good things that are happening in your life, and a little bit of guidance on some of the things that you're struggling with and finding hard to move forward with. And that support and love that everybody is there. Your loved ones are still always there, and they're on your team. So we are going to take a caller now for our postcard reading. Kelly in Redmond. Kelly, are you there?
Hi.
Hi,
I'm
how
here.
are you doing tonight?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing the show. We're
Good.
happy. We're excited. So what brings
Yeah.
you to my show tonight, Kelly?
I just I lost my mom in October, so I don't know. I'm missing her a lot.
Moms are special, and it's a very hard time of year. Being Mother's Day this past week, I know that
Yeah.
very well. Now, there is a woman in spirit building here. As I heard your voice. Now, this woman was lost by illness, correct?
Yeah.
My gosh, it feels like a cancer.
Yes, it was. Yep.
Okay. Now, what she's telling me, this was it feels like a long bout, but the really bad part wasn't as pronounced, wasn't as long. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
She's saying ups and downs with it. There was times of hope, and then she's saying that she got very sick and had to go.
Yeah. It was sudden at the end.
Yeah. She wanted to say to you that by the time she left, she was ready to go. She was okay with passing, but she knows how hard it was to leave you as well, though. And she's saying to me, there's the conflict now because she's here and she so desperately wants to give you a hug, but she's also happy to be out of a body that was failing her.
Yeah, I'm glad she's happy.
Yeah,
It makes me happy.
She's doing well. Now, did somebody buy flowers recently in memory of her?
My daughters are wanting to get a tattoo in memory of her, and they asked me what Grandma's favorite flower was. My older kids that are adults.
Okay. So she's talking about flowers. So she's aware that
flowers.
This little plan is going on.
Yeah, she loves flowers. That's awesome.
It's funny. She just said to me, they could just buy flowers, though,
She wasn't big on the tattoos. I'll tell you that right now.
No, she's saying that you could just, but she's also saying that they need this for healing. So she stands by with them on this one. So she's that's okay. Have your tattoos, make that, have that moment.
Well, I don't have any, and my daughters wanted to get one with me matching. So maybe that's what she's trying to say. It's okay for me to get my first one at 44.
Yeah. What I'm gathering from this is that this session to go have these tattoos, there's going to be laughter, though, as well. Memories shared.
Yeah.
And that's what she's excited about, is that when there's that laughter, it's going to draw her in, and she's going to be there experiencing this with you, all of you, and having that moment.
They asked me what I thought her favorite flower was, and I couldn't come up with one because she loved them so much.
Yeah, she was very much a garden person, and it feels what she's saying picks what speaks to them. Because picks what speaks to them, because there's memories attached to flowers for each of them with their grandmother, and you with your mother as well. So she's asking you to pick the ones that mean the most. You'll know.
Okay.
You'll know which ones.
Thank you.
Oh, she has such love, and she thanks all of you for being there with her, because it feels like right up until the end she had amazing support.
Yeah, we tried really hard.
You did. She's saying to me, you were present. And that doesn't mean that you were a person in the room. You were their mind, body, and soul for her. And that's huge. That's a big difference for people.
Yeah, it was like she waited for me because I got to the hospital and it was very shortly after. I didn't even know. I thought I was going to take her home from the hospital that time.
Yeah.
So
she was ready.
For me, but yeah, her body was just giving up.
Yes, and she's saying it was failing her. It was time for her to leave, and she wants you to know that while you were there, other loved ones on the other side were waiting for her to help her through.
Good.
It's like you guys did a handoff. She's saying it was beautiful. It was so beautiful.
Good.
So many people have people in a room, but they're not present. They're in that moment. She's saying you were engaged.
Yeah, I tried to be. I was wondering if she was okay with that, because I felt so rushed when she passed so fast. I just wanted to make sure she knew I was there.
She knew, and there was family members. Was her parents in spirit?
Yeah.
Okay, because it feels like there was a man and a woman standing there waiting for her, and they
Probably
were quite elderly when they left.
Yeah.
Yes, and they welcomed her over. And is there a dog that she had possibly when she was young?
She's had a lot of dogs, but there was a dog she had not too long ago. He was a mini pin, a mini Doberman.
Oh,
Pinscher.
I have one.
Yeah.
Yes.
His name was Little Fella. Yeah. And then one of my dogs that was dear to me passed recently, and I wondered if he was with her. His name was Blue, a blue pit bull.
Okay.
Actually, he's gray.
So I do know there's a small dog.
Yeah.
There. Yeah. There's a small dog there. There's a tan one. Was Little Fella?
We had a medium-sized tan dog, maybe like a lab pit bull. That could be Tasha.
Yeah, there's definitely a tan dog there. And there's a little one that's bouncing. So
that would be Little Fella.
He's like a kangaroo. Like
oh my God, he was. And he was like 5 pounds.
Yeah,
Yeah,
adorable. And he's there. And she's surrounded by all this love there.
That's great. She was a single mom since I was 7, and my dad passed when I was 7, so that was probably good for her, for my dad. Yeah. I hope she's with him.
There are definitely loved ones there with her. I'm not feeling his presence right at the moment, but that is because they just want to say, we're here, we're supporting, but you need your mom right now. You need to have this conversation with her. So they're letting her come in and do the talking. She has so much love. And
she was still doing things for me even after her death, I swear.
She always will. And I just heard that from her. I always will. She was your biggest champion in life, and not just in like lip service of moms. She really, really believes in you.
I know.
And I'm not saying believed, I'm saying believes. So even now, with her in spirit, she's asking you to talk to her and call on her. Because when you're struggling and you need her, she's going to come in close.
Yeah, I'm going through a lot with the house. I lived with her, and my brother has this in probate, and it's really getting ugly. And so I just hope that I'm doing the right thing. I'm going on her wishes, and so I hope that's what she wants.
Yeah. She's saying that you're going at this with kindness and love.
I am. I'm trying, and he's going at it really dirty, really bad, unfortunately.
Yeah, people grieve in funny ways, and it does bring out some strangeness in families. And you're experiencing that type of behavior. And we're very sorry that you have to deal with that. But she says, keep going at this with kindness and love in your heart, and keep her wishes. She says, you always were a lovely lady, and always kind and loving. She loves you so much, dear.
I was kind of a butthead at times, but I tried.
Hey, we're all young once. She doesn't fault you for any of that. She has just an amazing amount of love for you, and just great admiration of what you've accomplished and where you're headed. So thank you for calling in today, Kelly, and bringing your mom. It was wonderful to meet her too. May I leave them with you?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Take care of yourself, okay?
You too. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here and witnessing these live connections today. If you're feeling called to experience a reading of your own, I do offer sessions worldwide. You can find all the details on my website. Take care, and I'll see you next time.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.1. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, good evening, good morning, wherever and whenever you're watching this or listening. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years, and I have over a dozen certifications in different healing modalities. But at the end of the day, I usually say I am a channel of spirit, bringing messages for those who find me. And of course, I always love to start out with a message for the collective over the next couple of days. So over the next week, it seems like we have a lot of movement coming forward, which is fantastic. This year's been going pretty quickly. And it seems like there is a stepping up of understanding more of what your feminine energy is. And for my masculine listeners today, it's not male or female, it's just a passive or active energy is what I'm going for, what I'm trying to explain. And so over the next 7 days, you are stepping into understanding a little bit more of your emotions, but taking a step to enjoy your emotions, to enjoy life luxuries. But instead of really digging deep into them, you're able to view them from a more logical perspective. So you can say, okay, I'm feeling this way. Why am I feeling this way? Or even better, like, I'm really enjoying this. I'm going to allow myself to enjoy this because I deserve it, right? So it's coming out and just understanding yourself more over the next 7 days and just enjoy what you have put together. And there's a lot of creativity in being a team player over the next 7 days as well. So if you are in a workplace where you are moving into teams, different teams, know that that is going to be seen if you are a team player, and it's going to be very important moving forward over the rest of the year. But it seems like a really good week coming up. And so we are going to move to our caller tonight. So we have Lindy from Australia. Hello, Lindy. How are you?
Oh, very well, thank you. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course. What type of questions do you have today?
Oh, okay. I could throw out a million, but it can be anything that you can pick up if you want. I'm curious about whether I'll have another relationship in this lifetime and whether I'll need to go and look after my parents because I live like a fair way away from them now as they're getting older.
Mm-hmm. So immediately, Spirit's going to give us the run around. Sometimes Spirit does that, but we'll work through this and what's coming forward. In the immediate energy, I am feeling you in a position, and as I was just saying in the collective reading, about coming into your emotions and understanding your emotions a little bit more. It seems like you have been on this healing path for quite a while, which is fantastic. So I'm not seeing any immediate events where you're going like, okay, I'm going to go out and I'm going to go date and all of that stuff. Not to say it's not going to happen, just not in the immediate future. And it's really coming together. It's like things happen for a reason. And that's kind of frustrating to hear, especially to those of us who like to know the outcome. But things are going to be revealed a little bit at a time. If you think about when you're planting a garden, right, you have to plant the seeds and you don't see anything for a while, but then you start seeing a little sprout and then you have a plant and then all of a sudden you have a bunch of fruit bearing every day. And it's that type of slow build which is coming for you. So you have been healing and you are like in that stage. I'm seeing the Spirit is like you're coming out of the ground. So you're this beautiful little sprout, but you still have a long way to go within this healing path. And what Spirit is asking right now on this healing path is really just to give thanks for what you have experienced, what you have right now, because it does seem like you're going to have everything your heart desires. But first, you got to allow yourself to accept everything that is now. And yeah, so what I'm saying is that after you do your healing, your perspective is going to change about what you would like in a relationship should one come to you or the opportunity comes back to you, because it's not going to be the same thing as you want at this moment. So as you're healing, your dreams are changing. The type of person you want to spend time with changes. Your friends may change a little bit as well. You may shift from one friend to another. Not to say you're going to stop being friends. It's just going to be a little bit of shift where you start getting along with different people more often. And what I'm seeing here is that follow the guidance of your heart, okay? Because I see that you have that entrapment feeling, that you kind of feel scared sometimes, or you get overly focused on one thing and like, hey, what's going to go on? This going to go bad. But you don't have to worry about that anymore. We have these thoughts, we have these anxieties, but when it comes down to it, you have come into your own. You've done everything that you've needed to do so far and you succeeded. It may not have been easy. It may have not been the outcome that you wanted, but you are still moving forward. And because of that, it is going to lead you to more communication with other people. Let's see what we all have. A potential for flirting coming up. Again, this is not going to be immediate, so I am not seeing like in the next 6 months, but I'm seeing later on in the future, it does seem like you're coming and really preparing yourself to heal from past heartbreaks, opening up more communication, and standing into your own, especially regarding your femininity and how you have reacted or experienced strong female relationships. So that could be a mother, grandmother, sister, but there is a lot more healing that needs to be addressed regarding that. And that's as you're doing your healing on your family ties, that's going to bring you more of this confident energy, this outgoing energy, and that's going to lead you to some of that flirtation, some of those dating scenes if that's at where you want to be at this point. Well, moving forward. Let's see, what else are we seeing, Spirit? I do see a couple of younger people coming in. So as you're moving through this journey, and I do like to give that disclaimer that we're reading the energies right now, and these can change. But what I'm seeing is that as you are doing this healing, Lindy, you are coming to a point where you will be meeting somebody quite younger than you, but that gives you a fresh light, and it gives you a breath air. And if they're not necessarily younger than you, they will have more of that childlike energy. So no matter what their age, they have that glimmer of hope in their eye, and they have all these wonderful ideals. So that is possible in your future. And it does seem like that will be coming to you, and it will be more of a karmic relationships. So you've learned your lesson. So yeah, it's time for you to have. Sorry, what was that? Could you repeat that, Lindy? Okay, your grandchildren?
You don't mean my grandchildren? Yeah. Is that what you're talking about, the younger people?
Nope. This is going to be, it looks like to be a younger man. Again, it does seem at least 3 or more years younger than you coming forward, what I'm seeing. You will have your younger children. So I do see a young girl choosing to go forward into education a little bit more, and another younger male that seems to be more artistic. But you are having a new man that is on the horizon. Again, it's not going to be immediate. It's going to be more than 6 months. And I'm not seeing the exact time frames, because as we go further along, it's less about that timing and more about the milestones you hit. And this milestone is about you healing and seeing and reigniting some of that life and light inside of you. So it does seem, it seems like it's going to be a new person. But you do have a lot of incredible things going on with your grandchildren.
Yeah. One of them might be a bit autistic, and my daughter's got a lot of anxiety and depression. Do you see her coming out of that? We're trying our hardest.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see I definitely am seeing that the autism spectrum is coming forward, but it's less about the stigma coming around autism. It's that they are able to process information a little bit more differently. And so it just seems like they get a lot of information, and that can be overwhelming because their brain just can't process it quite the way a neurotypical individual can. But it seems like overall they are still going to be in an incredible, a very kind and very loving person, going to be surrounded by good friends their entire life. So don't have to worry about anything like that. And they are going to have to do a lot of work on trying to learn how to make decisions. So it does seem like there's going to be a lot of upset and overwhelmed when there's a lot of options, because they don't know what to choose. They don't know what the best thing to choose is. They may not necessarily always know how to go into socials. So there is learning here, but I don't see it as like it's going to cause any major issues. But for you and your family, you are going to have to release some things and really work on helping build some of those gaps that he may have when he is trying to process all this additional information and finding more what am I trying to say? Finding more spaces where he can calm down. Safe spaces, quiet.
Yeah, he's only 4.
Yeah.
I was thinking of trying to get some volunteer work with autistic children. Would that be a good thing for me to do?
It's definitely going to help you move things around in your family, and it is going to give you a lot of experience on what you learned, you're going to be able to apply it to your family. It also will just be like, hey, you're loyal, you're dedicated, and you can be a real guardian angel to some of these children. So having that good parental type of motherly energy, calming them down, that peaceful energy. So yeah, I'm seeing that will be a wonderful opportunity for you. And and whatever it is that you give, the time you give is going to come back to you. So know that your efforts will pay off in another way. So as you are caring for all these children, or just overall in your family, it is coming back. Your other granddaughter, she's going a little bit better.
Oh, yeah. You go.
Yeah, so we're all running out of time, so I just wanted to give your other granddaughter is doing great as well. She's going to have a lot of abundance in the future, and she's going to have a lot of childhood memories regarding you as well. So regardless of that anxiety, it's going to be challenging, but she's going to work out well. Like, she has so much in her future regarding abundance. All right, we have like 30 seconds left, so what other information can I give to you?
Oh, I don't have a granddaughter. I just have 2 grandsons. Would that be who you're talking about?
Let's see. It's a feminine energy for sure. I am going to say that. So if you're not expecting any more grandchildren in the future, take things as you would like to resonate. So there is going to be significant life events coming. Some differences need to be had, but it's definitely a feminine energy that is coming forward.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, my cherished ducklings. I'm a little windblown. I'm neurodivergent, as a lot of people claim to be, but some of us actually are. My father had ADHD before it was diagnosed, and I used to open the fridge door, and there would be a paperback book in there, and then I'd go look in the bookcase, and there was the milk. So I come by this honestly, but I was thinking, totally set up to do the show, which is live, and I'm so happy you're here. And then 3 minutes before I realized I can't find anything, I can't remember my own name, and my parakeet is missing. That's all better now. Hi, it's quite the day. You've got Moon in Aries. The moon was void of course yesterday. And if you heard me talk about green light moons and red light moons, when the moon is opposite your sun sign, like I'm Pisces when the moon is in Virgo, not a great day to ask for favors. Kind of a good day to stay curled up in a fetal position under the chaise-longue, which I can't spell. When the moon is in your own sign, and the moon's like in Pisces, and you're a Pisces, things just go your way. Good day to win the lottery. I have a lottery story. Maybe I'll tell it to you. But I'm here staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager waiting for your call. We're going to do the psychic tarot weather now, which really is something, I swear to God, I started this like 8 years ago. I'm like, if you're hearing this, you're supposed to hear it. And then suddenly everybody was doing it. Now I feel kind of dopey. Hi, Nicole. I love that name. Lake Erie, Ohio. I've actually been there. It's a nice place to live. Okay, I'm going to do the psychic tarot weather, and then I'll be right back. I'm so glad you called.
All right.
Hi, sweetie. Okay, so the first card is about the first part of the week. So today, next couple of days. Second card is about like the weekend. Third card, you're getting the hang of this, is like Monday, Tuesday, and then we're back to Wednesday when it all starts again with a tragic inevitability. Okay. So the first card, I love this card. Wow. The first card I'm getting is the Angel Zadkiel card. Not a traditional tarot card because I have about 800 cards all mixed up. Did I mention I have ADHD? And Zadkiel is about balance and patience and understanding that sometimes what we think is a stumble or a fall or a wrong turning on a path, later on when you look back, this is so true, you'll see it was a dance step and a dance whose choreography was too big and too perfect for you to see at the time. We really don't make mistakes. Except for my ex-husband. No, he was very nice. Okay, the second card. This is an interesting card. I think that this is a time when a lot of opportunity is going to be presenting itself to my cherished ducklings, which is you. And by the way, that color looks great on you. This card says, don't wait till you're ready. Never wait till you're ready to accept an opportunity. If something comes up and you don't think you're prepared for it, do it anyway. This card is like the he who hesitates is lost. So if somebody comes up and says, I would like you to be captain of a lobster boat in Maine, and it pays a lot of money, just be like, oh yeah, I got this. Lobsters, I love butter. That probably is not actually what's going to happen to you, but you are going to get an unexpected opportunity. Say yes no matter what. Well, I mean, within reason. Last card, which is the last part of the week. Oh, I love this. It's funny, I picked up two cards at the same time, which I never do. But they're very good cards. Right now, there's a reawakening of sort of the divine feminine, which sounds a lot more pretentious than it actually is. We're just seeing like all that toxic male stuff with guys like, yeah, my woman has to do this. I'm like, you know what? We're people. You're people. Just get over yourself. So the divine feminine is coming back, and we're going to fix everything. And the reason I know that is because we're getting the high priestess card. The high priestess is somebody who's both wise and very sexy, and trusts her wisdom. And for you, all of you, this week, from Sunday through Wednesday, trust the first thought you have. Even sometimes we don't even know we have it, but start listening for that little thought that's under what you think is the first thought. You're going to be very intuitive this week. Play the lottery. Okay, my darlings. Oh, and the other's the Hanged Man, which just says immense change. You're going to look the same on the outside, but I love doing that. You're going to be changing a lot inside. It's going to be a great week, actually. Hi, Nicole. Thank you for being so patient. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. Nice to meet you. I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So when's your birthday?
5386.
9386?
So May 3rd.
Oh,
no, May 3rd, 1986.
Taurus. Yay. We love Tauruses. I'm surrounded by Tauruses. You guys are amazing. You're really loyal. You're very attuned to beauty and truth, but man, are you irritable when you get hungry? So
yeah.
How can I help you? Right? I used to keep a...
go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm trying to connect with a loved one.
With a loved one? Okay. Oh. Okay, a couple people are coming forward. Sometimes what happens is when we open that door, people come forward we don't expect because they're like, "Ooh, door's open, got to get in there." So sometimes like your great aunt will show up. Is this a woman that you're trying to get in touch with, or is it? I'm getting an older woman and a younger man.
Could be either one.
Pick one. They came along with it.
Let's do the older woman.
Okay, good. I like her. I don't think this is your mom, but I think it is somebody in your family. Is that correct? Or somebody who felt like family?
Yeah, it'd be somebody in my family.
And she was not too old when she passed. It feels like maybe 60s, early 70s. Is that correct? And she's a little on the curvy side.
70s.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know how ladies get, I don't care how skinny we were in our 20s. Once you hit 50, it's like, you start looking like a bigger. It's interesting too, because she's very, hi, now I can see her. Hi, welcome. Her hair is, I think by the time she left, she had sort of stopped dyeing it for a while, so it's a little gray. But it's interesting. What an unusual personality. She's very practical and very kind of nurturing. She's also kind of blunt and a little hard-headed. You do not want to ask for her opinion unless you want to hear the truth. Is that her?
Yeah.
Yeah. She loves you, and you used to do stuff to... Have you known her since you were a kid? Because I think she...
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you like bake together or cook together? You have a special bond with her. She loves you. I don't like your brother so much, but she likes you. I'm if you have a brother, I think you do. Who's kind of a brat. Yeah, kind of a brat. You're a good kid. He's fine now, but you're worried that you're never going to be happy in a relationship. And she's like, that is horse feathers, which I'm using that term instead of another term, which is a lot dirtier. I don't know if that has to do with the relationship you're in now, because I'm having a hard time getting a beat on that. We all have stuff that we struggle with when we come in. It's like, it's either money, relationships. We tend to choose one problem when we come to Earth to work on. And from the outside, it can look like we don't have a problem with that at all. But inside, we feel like, I'm never going to get this right. And I think for you, that's like love and romance and letting yourself feel loved. And you're adorable. People really like you. And men or women or llamas or whatever you like love you. But she says you don't have to be perfect. And she really wants you to hear that. She wasted some of her life in her own eyes, because I don't believe we waste any of our life, trying to live up to a standard that was unrealistic, and she was very hard on herself.
Yeah.
And if she came back now, and she does visit you in dreams about probably once every year, 6 months, not that often, but occasionally. And when she shows up in your dreams, that's a visit. That's not like, I'm in your dreams, I'm eating Jell-O. No, that's like, I'm here to tell you something. I'm here because I love you. Was she a schoolmate of your mom's? I'm trying to figure out what the hell is anyway.
Was she what?
A school. Was she a friend of your mom's? I can't quite get the relationship. Anyway, she did love you. You spent a lot of time. Yeah.
Grandma.
Oh, she's your grandmother. Okay.
That's how. Yeah.
Honey, she's got a kind of a young spirit, even though, I mean, she looked like, kind of an old lady when she passed, but I don't think she had an easy life. Okay, but she's saying to you, love yourself. And she's like, I don't mean in a woo-woo way. I don't mean like, oh, aren't I pretty? She's like, you're God's child. And this is her talking. You're the daughter of God. And that's a big thing. God doesn't make junk. And she wants you to stop giving your power away to other people, because sometimes you're such a good person. You really are. So knock it off and start being a little selfish. Because your idea of selfish is somebody else's idea of like being Mother Teresa. She's like, you don't have to be this good. She said, you're fine. You're good enough. God loves you the way you are. You're not out robbing banks or kicking orphans across the street. Who does that? Sorry. But she's like, you are wonderful. I don't know what's happening with the romance thing, but I can tell you that she is really working on either fixing what you're in. I don't think that's it. I think she's sending you somebody really cool. And if you don't want him, I'll take him because I'm single now. So just put him in an envelope, forward him. That looks like it's around November. He's cute. We've got 60 seconds, so he's cute. And you know what? You're going to be fine. You've got some money coming in July, August. Feels like a little windfall. Go to the unclaimed funds thing in your state website. I got $16,000 from funds I didn't know I had, and I think you've got some unclaimed funds. Any last questions, my angel?
No, that's it. I appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure. It's so nice meeting you.
Nice
and
meeting
Lake
you.
Erie is really nice. We got 30 more seconds, and your grandmother will not shut up. So, hold on a second. I'm sorry. She's really blunt. She's like, stop spending money on stuff you don't need. Save your money. That stuff doesn't last. You're pretty enough. You don't need 10 kinds of lipstick. I love her. You can't stick around after the show, ma'am. And did she have an M name like Margaret or Mildred or Mamu or something? Okay.
No, Pauline.
Oh, sorry, what was that?
Pauline.
Oh, that's pretty. She would like you to start cooking or baking again, too.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com. Connect.
Welcome to another edition of the Oracle Buffet, brought to you by yours truly. I was going to say by yourself. All right. by me, the universe, and Psychic Radio Network. There, we got that established. Let's talk about some sponsors today before we take a call. First sponsor of the day, High Class Grass, plant-based company dedicated to helping make plant-based living more easy and convenient. You can find them at highclassgrass.com, Amazon, TikTok, eBay, Walmart. And then, of course, the Lighthouse Center, Inc. in Whitmore Lake, Michigan, lighthousecenterinc.org. It's a center for spirituality, meditation, spiritual development, founded by my grandmother like 40 so years ago. Stop by there if you're in the Whitmore Lake, Michigan area. Attend a meditation, attend a class, whatever you so desire. We're taking a call today. And while we're waiting to get this person on the line here, and let me pull up my chat box so I don't miss it, because I've been known to do that before, to miss, chats, and then I just screw up the whole show. So we're not going to do that today. We're starting a new path. And speaking of new paths, we got the new moon in Taurus coming up this weekend. So themes of stability, of practicality, of self-worth, of values, money, all things Taurus are going to be coming to the forefront. I'm going to be posting my horoscopes for each rising sign coming up here over the next couple days. I just got done doing those now. I'm ahead of schedule this time. I'm not waiting to the last minute. Progress, people, progress. So yeah, look forward to those on any of my pages. With that being said, we have Katerina in New Windsor, New York. How's it going there, Katerina?
Good. How are you?
I'm great. How can I help you today?
I wanted to find out about, if anything is going on with a relationship coming into my life.
Okay. Let's take a look. What's your date of birth, Katerina?
11/25/59.
Okay. Do you know what time by chance?
Excuse me?
Do you know what time you were born by chance?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. And where were you born at?
I was born in Italy.
Where at?
I was born in Casalciprano.
Okay, I'm just having... Okay. Pardon me while I get this pulled up. It's taking a second here.
Okay.
All right. All right. So what do we got here? You're barely a Sagittarius, and I'm going to look at your general chart here before I talk about the relationship stuff. So just bear with me a moment while I do this. Okay, so right away, when you asked me this question, Katerina, I heard 6 months in the back of my head. So I don't know if you've been putting yourself out there at all yet or not. Have you been pursuing anybody?
No.
Okay. Well, that's part of your problem. Because although you're a spunky, outgoing Sagittarius, your Mercury and your Mars are in Scorpio, so you have a tendency to wait for things to come to you. But you need to stop doing that and start putting yourself out there more, whether that be dating apps, whether that be joining some sort of art class or painting.
Oh, I do that too once in a while. I'm on that. Yeah.
Okay, good. You need to keep doing that and keep putting yourself out there more and more, because this person isn't.
So you don't see anybody coming in, right?
In about 6 months, I see somebody.
In 6 months from now?
Correct. This fall, around, and it's not even necessarily 6 months, but around October-ish, so about 5.5 months, I would say, when you have Venus return, is your best bet for when you're going to find somebody or when someone's coming into your life. That's when I feel like it's going to happen. So you might meet that person, I feel like, in like 5.5 months, but then it's not going to get intense until a month or two after that, when Venus transits the whole other part of your chart. That's going to be when things like are official or they take a turn for the deeper aspect. You guys commit. That's the word I'm looking for.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual School with Kim Dunn. Search Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual School on Facebook. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual School on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, hope you're having a great day and welcome to Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual School, episode 8. And that is Akashic Records, Past Life Patterns and Soul Insight. I'm your host today, and Kim Dunk, coming all the way from the beautiful Summerland Point in New South Wales, Australia. And today I want to talk to you about something that can completely bring a different level of understanding into your healing journey, and that would be the Akashic Records. I'm not going to be teaching you how to access them yourself today, but I want to share how the Akashic reading can actually, with me, can help you support you in understanding your life in such a more deeper level. The Akashic Records are often described as an energetic record of your soul, a bit like Google. They hold information about your experiences, your patterns, your relationships, and your soul's journey across time, including past lives. And this is important because sometimes what you're experiencing in your life today doesn't fully make sense just in this lifetime alone. There are many times when people experience deep fears that they can't explain, repeated relationship patterns, strong emotional reactions, or blocks that just don't seem to shift. They've done the work, they've explored their childhood, worked on their mindset, processed emotions, but still something feels unresolved. And that's often because of it wasn't happening in this lifetime, could have been a past lifetime. And through the Akashic Records, we can begin to explore past life experiences, energetic imprints, unresolved patterns, and soul level lessons. When I open the Akashic Records for a client, I'm not actually predicting their future. I'm not telling them what they should do. What I'm doing is helping them understand themselves on a deeper level. See patterns from a complete, and to see different patterns from a completely different perspective, and connect those dots between the past and the present. Sometimes what comes through might be a past life where they've experienced extreme loss, and that connects to fear and abandonment in this life, or a lifetime where someone felt completely powerless, and now that shows up for them as anxiety or that need to be controlling, or repeated soul patterns in a relationship and asking to be seen, understood, and released. And it's not about the past life itself. It's about how understanding it brings clarity to your present. When people receive this kind of insight, something shifts, because instead of asking, what's wrong with me? they begin to see that it's a deeper story here. And that creates relief for some people. Understanding and compassion comes as well. And often that emotional release that we've been searching for. And that's why it has come in week 8 of my 12-week Awaken and Anchor program. Because by now you've created that safety in your body, you've processed your emotions, you've connected to your inner child, you've cleared some energy, and now you're ready to receive that deeper insight without becoming overwhelmed by it. And so if you take anything from today, let it be this. You're not random. Your patterns aren't random. Your experiences are not random. This is the meaning behind what you've been moving through. And sometimes understanding that is exactly what allows you to finally move forward. If you feel called to explore this deeper, you can reach out for me for an Akashic Record reading, or for more information on my 12-week Awaken and Anchor program, you can contact me by visiting my website on Coastal Psychic Vibes, or my Facebook page, Coastal Psychic page, Coastal Psychic Vibes Spiritual School. Okay, that's enough of me for talking for one day. Let's see if we can have our first caller for the day. Lynn. Hi, Lynn from Florida. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you. Lynn, you'd just like a general reading today?
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I was going to ask for.
Fantastic. All righty, I'm going to start shuffling, Lynn, and let's see what pops out for you. How's your day been?
Okay. It's been great. Thank you. And yours?
Yeah, so far so good. I'm in Australia, so we're just after lunchtime here at the moment. Okay.
You have a lovely accent.
Oh, thank you. Okay, my first card that's popped out is the Ten of Fire, saying working too hard or too many hours, the need for balance in life, let others help you. That ring a bell at all?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what else have we got. Is it the working too many hours, the need for balance?
It is, yeah.
Okay. Let's see what else have we got here. The beautiful Chariots come out. Rewards that come from hard work. Successfully balancing many priorities at once. Determination and willpower. Something I feel that you do have.
Yes.
Okay. So the balancing many priorities at once, this is all happening at work for you?
Yeah, it is. It is. It's something new with my work. A new
nice.
A new venture I'm working on to grow and be successful.
Fantastic. Well, the Chariot here is saying the rewards that come from hard work. So keep doing the work, because that you're definitely going to get the success that you're looking for there.
Okay.
The Wand of Fire is also popped out. It says this is an amazing opportunity. It's saying be bold, courageous, and optimistic. Saying, and do what you're passionate about. Is this something that you're quite passionate about, what you're doing?
Yes.
Awesome. Excellent. And you know that we've all got a spirit team that's watching out for us. So it's your spirit team that's actually my spirit team is connected to, and they're the ones that are passing these beautiful messages on for you today.
Right.
Now, the Three of Airs popped out for you. It's saying great sadness that we feel all the time. Let go of the past, personal growth that comes from challenges.
So
Have you had a great loss? Yep, the personal growth is going to come through the challenge. Yeah. Is the grandparent a grandmother?
Yeah, I lost a grandmother a long time ago, though.
Okay, I do feel that she is the one who's passing most of these messages on for you today. And she's definitely very excited about what's coming up for you. And I feel like she really wants you to reach out to her as well. You see, when we have a spirit team, they know exactly what's going on in our lives and want to help in every way possible. But until we acknowledge them and ask them for help, they can't intervene until they've been asked. So please speak to your grandmother and make sure that you're asking her to open the doors that you need to be opened for this career that you have at the moment.
Okay.
I feel like she's your biggest supporter.
She's what?
I feel like she's your biggest supporter. Like she's really trying to, wants to be able to help you and see you shine.
Oh, sweet.
Okay. You've just pulled the Justice card. It's saying be impartial and objective. Stand up for what you believe. Try to see all sides of a situation, and you will win if your position is one of integrity, which I feel like it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all in your career.
Okay.
Let's see what else the cards for you. Oh, here we go. The Eight of Fire. Unexpected events or rapid changes. And I feel this is again to do with your career. It's saying the ability to multitask. And there's also business travel. Is that something that's possible, the business travel as well?
It could be, yeah.
Okay, yeah, great.
Yes, yeah.
Perfect. So we've just had the Five of Fire come out. It's just like very ambitious people. And I feel like that is you, but also possibly the people that you're working around as well.
Mm-hmm.
Had the Page of Air pop out. It's saying an exciting intellectual challenge. Again, to be through work. Do you find that it's an intellectual challenge for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, great.
I think so in my line of work. Yeah.
Yeah. What is it? What kind of line of work is it?
I do health and wellness scans for people, and it scans all the organs in the body, and it shows the deficiencies in all the organs. Yeah, yeah.
It's so cool.
And the scanner is, it's really cool. And the scanner is like AI, intelligence, magnetic resonance, quantum scanner. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah, sounds it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to change decks for a moment. I've just got a new deck that's come out, so I'm just going to see what they've got to say for you as well. They're an Egyptian deck.
Okay.
It's called the Egyptian Star, and I was drawn to them because I'm flying out to Egypt in September, a trip that I've had postponed twice, and so it's third time lucky for me. So I'm very excited.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
I've just grabbed this card. I've just blown away. Alrighty. I'm just going to refer to the booklet. As I said, this is a new deck for me, so I just want to refer to the booklet just to make sure I'm giving you the right message today.
Okay.
It's saying the human body, the sense, organs, and physical appearance. That's just directly to me to exactly what you've just said, to what you're actually doing. The sense of organs and physical appearance. Yeah, the human body. Yeah, she's skilled in physical movements. Human body. Yeah, okay. Let's see what our other one says. Number 37, removal of obstacles. Oh, that'd be nice. Let's see what the actual message is. I'm going to use my pendulum for a moment. Won't be a moment, just to make sure I can get this pointed for you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so it's just saying that you will be moving past them, any removal of obstacles. They're saying that you're very intelligent and your strength is very prominent, and any obstacles that you pass quite quickly. And again, I feel like that's to do with the law of attraction and your mindset. I feel like your mindset is quite strong, and we are creators of our reality, and what we're focusing on and thinking about, and the words we are speaking are creating our reality. And I feel like whether you know it or not, that you're quite good at that, bringing things into your reality, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So don't forget to make sure that you keep that mindset nice and positive. Picked up another little deck of cards for you. Let's see what they've got to tell you. But yeah, everything sounds really good about that career at the moment and going forward, and how you're going to partake in that going forward as well. Lots of good things happening for you there.
Wonderful.
So these little cards that I'm shuffling now are just like little affirmation cards that should tie into the reading we've just done. So you're quite spiritual yourself, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
You feel like you're going through an awakening?
I do.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I'm sensing that as well. Yeah, it's not always fun and easy, an awakening. Very hard to just sort of, navigate sometimes. It's not all fun and happy times. There's a lot of things that we need to work on ourselves and, be able to pull ourselves through it, if that makes sense. An awakening can have lots of ups and downs. What I'm trying to say is.
Yes.
Okay, the
That
first
makes sense.
one I've popped out is the first card says, I am proud of what I have achieved and I deserve recognition for it. So beautiful. This is all about this career of yours. So being proud and having gratitude as well. Gratitude only opens up more beautiful things in our lives. So make sure that we're using gratitude in your daily life, just to thank the universe and even thank your spirit team for watching over you and protecting you and guiding you. And let's see if we can finish one more beautiful card for you.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I said one, but they're saying three. So we'll go with the three. Okay. I resolve to do the right thing, even if the other way looks easier. I am flexible and open to life's possibilities. And I attract and maintain healthy and positive relationships. Thank you so much, Lynn. And don't forget to be having that chat with your grandmother. I feel like she's all around you, and she may even try and want to get through some messages for you as well. So make sure you're looking out for those. Do you meditate at all?
I do meditate like every morning. I start my day like that.
Perfect. So I feel like that's where she wants to speak to you. So while you're in that meditation, have a chat to her and ask her to send some signs and ask her to open some doors if needed and when needed.
Ask her the what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last sentence. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, just ask her to open some doors for you. You know, if you've got any problems or issues in your life, ask your grandmother for help. Speak to her and ask her to send you some messages and guide you.
Oh, yes, that's beautiful. Yeah. And so,
you have a lovely
am
night.
I able to ask a question? Oh,
absolutely.
Am I able to ask a question? Oh, okay.
Yes, go for it.
But so, can you somehow? Is there anything with like love relationship at all showing up in my aura?
Yeah,
is that something you can pull
some
up
cards on that for you. Yeah, let's pull one for you.
Thank you.
You've got the full moon happening tonight. Do you enjoy seeing the full moon at all?
You know what? I didn't see it tonight. I think there's just a lot of clouds out tonight, unfortunately.
Yeah, sure.
I would love to see it.
That's okay. Don't forget still to release anything and everything that no longer serves your higher self and, higher place. And, just it's all about clearing. So make sure you clear out some things. Just verbally, anything that doesn't serve your higher purpose that ask the universe to release for you going forward. Oh,
okay.
Here we go. Wishes come true. Your dreams become reality. A magical time of life. Good fortune. Faith in the universe that all will be well. Didn't help us with the love life though, did it? Won't be a moment. Okay. Oh, they've also pulled the beautiful world, a brilliant success, a time of joyful accomplishment, spiritual enlightenment. They're saying be proud of yourself. So that spiritual enlightenment will come for you, although, a spiritual awakening I feel like never ends. It's not about, life is always about learning.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Let's see if we can get one more card and see what's happening. Oh. Okay. The end of challenging times. Things are looking up. A welcome relief. Finding your way to a peaceful place. Travel or relocation. Were you thinking about traveling at all?
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, they're saying go for that.
Yeah, and like relocation too. Like.
Oh, both. Okay, great.
In South Florida, you want to be a snowbird. You want to be here only in the winter.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's what I'm trying to bring in.
Yeah, no. The 9 of Earth, enjoying the fruits of your labour, hard work that leads to a luxurious life. Here you are too, the Queen of Earth, generous, practical, gracious, the ability to make anything more beautiful, a love of family and home.
That's beautiful.
Okay. 8 of Water, the need to move on, seeking more than life and what you're experiencing, a spiritual quest. Finally, here we go. The Page of Water. New emotional experiences, and a romantic encounter, messages regarding relationships. And it's saying social invitations or events, and that's where I feel like you're going to meet him. There's definitely somebody coming in. I don't feel like it's going to be until like the later half of this year, say after August. And and you will meet through social invitation or an event. They're also saying too that you've got heightened psychic abilities at the moment, and that's just to do with the full moon as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I've been told that before, that I have the psychic abilities.
Well, we've all got it. It's just a matter of whether you put the time and effort into it, and it's definitely there for you if you want to do that down the track.
Right.
All righty. Thank you so much for calling in tonight. I really appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you so much for the wonderful
night.
reading. You
You're
too.
so welcome.
So grateful.
All
Thank
the
you.
best. Thank you. Bye. Okay. Do we have Leslie on the phone?
Yes.
Hey, Leslie. How are you?
I'm doing great.
That's great. Would you like just a general reading tonight?
Yes.
Okay. No worries. And you're from Mississippi?
Yes.
Beautiful. How's your day going?
It's going pretty good. It's been busy at work the last few weeks, and we're getting ready for summer hours at the office.
Okay. Nice. Nice. What kind of line of work are you in?
I'm in higher education. I currently work as an academic advisor, campus enrichment specialist.
Beautiful. Okay, the first card that popped out is the Six of Water, and it's saying embracing your inner child. Have you had to do some inner child work over your time, or?
A lot of hard work over the past 4 years, and I've evolved into my own.
Excellent. So we've all got a spirit team, and my team of tapping into your spirit team who are sending these beautiful messages today. So they just want to make sure that you know that they're watching over and they know exactly what's happening. And it's been hard work but necessary work, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Great. The next card that popped out is a transformation card, and it's saying a significant life experience that requires changes to be made.
Mm-hmm.
And breaking free of procrastination, is that something that you do? Are you a procrastinator?
Yeah, I'm a procrastinator, but I'm learning to break away from that step by step.
Perfect. And that's what it's saying. It's saying breaking free of procrastinating. And it's definitely a cycle that takes for procrastination. But it's also saying releasing old belief systems as well. And I feel like you've been doing a lot of that lately as well.
Mm-hmm, I have.
That's awesome. Yeah, not everything's what we see. Not everything's black and white. There's lots of grey area. And if you're in the spiritual world, there's even more.
Mm-hmm.
And you're quite spiritual too, I feel.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you just recovered from an illness?
From an illness?
Yes, it's saying recovery from an illness.
Yeah, I've been recovered from an illness.
Okay, fantastic. They're saying that there will be a return to your vibrant health.
Yes.
Okay, what else have we got here for you? Page of Fire. Okay. Enthusiastic, optimistic, creative, and patient. News of exciting opportunities. Allow your creativity to soar. Do things that fuel your passions and finish what you start.
Mm-hmm.
You find sometimes that you don't quite finish what you start. You'll start lots of projects and not quite finish. Yeah, okay. Yeah, they're saying finish what you start.
Yeah.
The creativity side of things, is that a hobby, or is that part, would you call that work, or is it a hobby, your creative side?
It's a little of both.
Okay, great. Excellent. Well, they're saying let it soar. Allow your creativeness to soar. Okay, the Queen of Fire. Brilliant, talented, independent. There is nothing you can't do. Believe in yourself. Never underestimate your ability to make your dreams come true. The need for balance between career and personal life. So believing in yourself, I feel like you lack that a little bit. So you need to have more confidence in yourself because, you are the creator of your reality. What you're focusing on and what you're putting your attention to, you're bringing through into your reality.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Energy Intuition Transformation with Sue Williams. Live from holistic-health.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Energy Intuition Transformation on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, beautiful souls, and welcome to Energy Intuition Transformation. As you probably already know, I'm Sue Williams, and I call myself the Spirit Psychic. And I'm so glad that you have found your way here today. Because, and as I always do, I have an oracle card to base my show on. And this week's card, well, it's actually a warm one, a tender one. And I think many of you listening are going to feel like it's a hand reaching through the screen and holding yours. Now, this week, the deck is one that I found in my stash that I haven't used for a very long time. Teeny weeny, which you know, I really like these little cards. And the deck is called The Witching Hour Oracle by Cherie Gerhardt. And this is a deck steeped in the magic of nature, seasons, and the ancient rhythms of the earth. And the card from this lovely little deck that I've drawn for this coming week is called the Barley Moon, Friendship. I don't know if you can see it, but a couple of lovely ladies standing there under the moon. Now the barley moon is a harvest moon. We're talking a lot about moons at the moment, but this is a specific one that relates to friendship, and you'll see how that works as I keep going. And this little card speaks of abundance that has been earned, things that grew slowly through patience and tending, and they are now ready to be gathered in like the harvest. And friendship, in that context, is one of the most sacred harvests of a human life. Not the casual kind, not the surface kind, but the soul kind. And the friendships that know your whole story and stay anyway. The ones where silence is comfortable and honesty is safe. The ones that feel somehow like they were always meant to find you. And that's what this card is calling forward today. So let's go a little deeper with this card reading. And when I sat with this card, the word that kept coming through is recognition. Soul friendships don't always feel new when they arrive. They feel familiar, like remembering something that you had forgotten. There's a reason so many spiritual traditions speak of souls traveling together, meeting across lifetimes, finding each other again and again in different forms. Whether or not that's something you believe literally, most of us have experienced it emotionally. That sense of meeting someone and feeling instantly, inexplicably at home. And the barley moon, well, it honours that. It asks you to look at your circle, not with critical eyes, but with grateful ones. So who in your life has shown up for you quietly and consistently without fanfare? Who do you call when things fall apart? Who celebrates your wins without a flicker of jealousy? And who tells you the truth, even when it's uncomfortable, because they love you enough to do that? Well, those are your soul friends. And this beautiful little card says, don't take them for granted. In a world that moves fast and pulls us in 1,000 directions, it's easy to let those connections drift, to always mean to reach out but never quite do it, to assume that they know how much they matter in your life. And the barley moon says, go ahead, tell these people, tend the friendship like a beautiful garden. What you harvest is what you plant. And equally, this card is an invitation to look honestly at your community. Are you surrounded by people who truly see you? Or have you outgrown some connections and not yet fully stepped into new ones? Because soul friendships, spiritual community, well, they're not a luxury. They are nourishment, and they are part of how we grow. So how about thinking how astrology ties in with this card for this week? So let's look to the sky. And the stars this week are deeply supportive of this message. We're currently moving through the energy of the Taurus new moon that will be here on May 16th. A grounded, intentional energy that asks us to plant seeds with care and commit to what truly nourishes us. And at the same time, Venus is moving into Cancer, bringing a beautiful emphasis on nurturing, connection, and emotional security. The exact energies that soul friendship lives in. And with Pluto now retrograde in Aquarius, the sign of community, of collectives, of belonging, the cosmos is turning our attention inward to ask, where do I truly belong? Who are my people? Now, this is not a week for surface level socializing. The sky is calling you deeper, deeper into honest connection, into vulnerability, into the kind of friendships where you don't have to perform. You can simply be. The Barley Moon Oracle card and this week's astrology, well, they are singing the same song. Your soul circle matters. Now is the time to honor it. And let's now move on to our weekly meditation. And this one I called Gathering Your Soul Circle. And let's connect with this energy now. But always, as I say, please do not listen to this meditation while driving or operating machinery. If you need your full focus right now, keep your eyes open and return to experience this with the replay. So when you are ready, and if it is safe to do so, gently close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath in through your nose and let it all go on the exhale. Again, another deep, slow breath in and release that breath slowly. And at the same time, let your body soften. Let your shoulders drop. Let the weak fall away just for a moment. And now imagine yourself in a wide open field at dusk. The sky is deep, glowing amber. The air is warm and still. Around you, imagine the barley swaying gently, golden and tall, almost ready to be gathered in. This is a sacred place, a place of harvest, a place of abundance. And you are not alone here, because in the distance, you can see lights, soft, warm, flickering lights, like lanterns coming towards you through the field. These are your people, your soul circle, moving through the golden light to find you. And as they draw closer, notice how you feel. There's no performance required here, no mask, no careful self-editing, just the deep, settled feeling of being known. So let one face, or perhaps just a feeling, an energy, come into focus. This is a soul who has been with you, who has seen you, who has loved you in the quiet, steady way that endures. And hold them in your heart for a moment. Let yourself feel the full weight of that gift. Now silently offer them something, just a few words of gratitude, whatever comes naturally. Perhaps something like, thank you for finding me. Thank you for staying. Thank you for seeing me as I am. And feel that exchange of warmth between you. Now look around at the whole circle of these beings, all the souls who belong in your life, past, present, and those still on their way. And know that you are held, that you are not walking this path alone. Breathe that in. Oh, and let it settle deep into your bones. Stay here for just a few breaths longer and breathe in the joy and excitement that has come from connecting with these wonderful beings of all types. And when you're ready, slowly and gently come back. Wiggle your fingers and toes. Get that feeling back in your body. Take another deep breath. And as you exhale, if they're closed, slowly open your eyes and return to your full awareness. And so, the barley moon, friendship, a harvest of the heart. This week, I want to leave you with a gentle invitation. Reach out to one person in your soul circle, not with anything grand, just a message that says, I was thinking of you, or a voice note, or a call that you've been meaning to make. Do it now, because soul friendships are living things. They need to be grown, tended, and when you need them, there to be harvested. And remember that you're not meant to walk this spiritual path alone. And if you feel called to explore that more deeply, to find your footing in your own spiritual journey, to clear what might have been blocking you from the connections that you actually crave, remember that I work with people through Spirit Talk journeys, holistic animal wellness, and quantum journeys hypnosis. And if you want to connect with me to find out more, well, all the details are at holistic-health.au, and there is always that oh my goodness, my contact form there if you would like to reach out and connect. So thank you so much for spending this time with me today. I hope it's been of benefit to you. And until next time, have a blessed week. Stay open, stay grounded, and go tend to your people. See you next week. Bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Soul Seed, divine guidance and spiritual mediumship on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Lisa T here, psychic trans medium, seer, and energy healer, somatic dancer, all those fun things, keeping the faith alive with spirituality. How are we all going? How was Mother's Day for everybody? Was there lots of love? Was there lots of heartfelt energy and contemplation going around about what it's like to be a mum, and thoughts on how we appreciated our mum or how our relationship was? Sometimes we choose our parents, and so the life that we have with our parents is all lessons, because we choose the family that we are born into so that we can learn from them. So I hope that everybody felt the love, felt into what Mother's Day was and how it felt for them. If there was any connection, did you feel anything from spirit above? Did you feel their connection? If you're still both earthbound, but you weren't actually in the room together. I'd love to know, even in the comments of this, what you felt and how you felt moving forward with the energy. I actually did a Mother's Day presentation at the Guiding Light Spiritual Church here in Australia, which I'm actually fortunate to be invited to back to again this year. There were some absolutely beautiful messages come through for our mothers, and also there was some fathers come through too. So it was really lovely, and I really do enjoy watching the looks on people's faces and how uplifting they feel when the loving messages come through from spirit. So yeah, it's always very touching on these special celebration days that we do have. I have a caller coming through. How are you going today? Well, this evening, actually. Angel, how are you this evening, Angel?
I'm doing wonderful. How about yourself?
I'm really good. And what a beautiful tone of voice you have, Angel. How did you spend Mother's Day?
Just by myself. My mother passed away a few years ago.
Did you feel her presence?
I sadly have not.
Do you ask that she shows herself?
All I ask is any messages that want to come through, for that to come through.
Yeah, beautiful. And I'm going to give you a nice gentle reading today. I get the word gentle. Does that make sense with you? Because when we come through and I'm getting the words from spirit and it's actually coming from your mum, I'm getting the word gentle. So I'm going to give that word through to you. And she is saying for you to take some deep breaths and feel her presence, but feel the gentleness that is you. And this is not putting you into a different auric field that comes out, but actually bringing you back in, because she's actually showing me that you really do manage to spread yourself out where it'd be nice, rather than putting yourself out there to so many, is to bring your energy back more into the here and now, and practice really coming back home to you. That will give you a sense of freedom. She's actually speaking quite slowly and quite softly. And this is a message for you. I feel that you are she's showing a beautiful teacher. So it is about spreading your gifts out to the community. Do you like to actually work with energy, as in touching people, or just even if you're keeping the energy just off their skin, for instance? Do you do that at all, Angel? And she tells me you also stir the pot. So I just see she's got the humour. Does that make sense?
Can you say that last part again?
She said you often like to stir the pot. I think it's a stir the pot sense of humour.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And it's beautiful the way she said it, stir the pot. So, and she went like this when we're touching and stirring the pot. And the energy is just off my hands, if you're looking live, or if you can hear on TV. Yeah, she's going around. So keep stirring the pot. And even with yourself being light-hearted, there's actually a lot of love actually in spirit for you, as well as Earth side. Do you smoke?
I do.
Yeah, she's showing me you're smoking. No secrets on here, is there? It's like smoking grounds you, doesn't it? Keeps you a bit more steady on your feet. Yeah. I'm not here to tell you even to give up, because she's telling me that it grounds you. Oh, very interesting. Are you a solo singer, and do you also play guitar? Or anyone you know that plays guitar and you sing along? Solo singer playing guitar is a word.
I've always wanted to learn how to play the guitar. Though that's more been like a secret wish of mine.
Do you think it's about
But
time
I don't really
to...
know. Well, sorry, go ahead.
Do you think it's time to actually put this into action? Because sometimes we can have these thoughts and dreams, and they come down to us for a reason, whether it was in a past life, or is it something that's going to soothe your soul? Is it something that's going to wake you up and enlighten you? Pardon the pun here, but she's saying you've actually got quite an angelic voice when you put your mind to it. And your words are very meaningful. So to marry that together would be nice if you could play the guitar. If you don't want to play the guitar, what about a ukulele?
I mean, aside from saying I have an angelic voice, I do not. My sister is the one that can sing. I'm more of a writer.
So if you're writing and she's got the angelic voice, you do have an angelic voice, because there's an angelic voice in the family. So you write the words, get her to sing them, and then play the ukulele or guitar. When things come through from spirit, it's really good to understand what they're talking about, because in not every family is there even an angelic voice. And she said, pardon the pun, so there's obviously one in there, because I had to put it out there. So maybe have a look at that. Look at where you two can use your gifts together. Your mum tells me you do lots of fruitful assignments. What does she mean by that? Fruitful assignments.
fruitful.
So things that you do they bear fruit? Do you start doing things? Do you not wait till they bear fruit? They need to bear fruit, fruitful assignments.
I can't really think what it could be.
Do you feel that you really should be picking up the guitar? Putting your words down, like writing them down, picking them up? Because I'm actually getting a move for you, and the movement in an energy for you, you're going to be putting yourself out there quite profoundly, and there is a major life change. There's a major life shift coming your way.
Is it a good shift or a bad shift?
No, it's good. It's major, like it's good. That's why I'm getting the music around it and the celebration, because the music, I'm going to tell you that your writing is off it. Like she's saying, saved your life. So you writing things down has been your savior. Does that make sense?
That does, actually.
Yeah. And that's a good validation then going forward for me, that this major life change that you're getting is actually very good, because Spirit will tell you something only you know, so that we really know that we have a high potential of this major life change coming to you. And it's going to be steering you in a little bit of an off-track direction, what you think is off track. But I feel that there is a lot of guidance coming through up here that is going to push you forward. So when I say that, accept heaven's help, accept your mum's help, okay? Remain grounded. Actually ask your angels, ask your higher self, ask your spirit guides. Say, I'm ready now. I'm open. I'm ready. It's time to move forward freely and effortlessly. The more that you say this, that I'm ready now, the more things are going to be more upbeat for you. I actually see you on TV. Have you been on TV, or you been a presenter?
Sadly, no.
No. Yeah,
no, I do not want to be in the spotlight.
Were you going to be? I feel that there's something about that where you're on show or something like that. It might even be just something, some of your writings, your memoirs. Does your sister be on TV? There's something about it. I am seeing you on that screen. Maybe you do a YouTube. I don't know, but it looks like that. You don't know. This major life change is coming through to you. Your mum is sending you so much love. There is a hiccup around a male, but it's going to be okay, she said. So keep moving forward with that too. Love yourself and love others, but love yourself first and foremost, like she loves you, is what she's saying. Oh, isn't that sweet? And I think that goes for everybody. We need to love ourselves, but she's really lifting you up, really bringing you up. And she's saying, keep rising above. This is not a time for holding back, Angel. It's a time for coming up. So shine your beautiful light. And you might find I'll be looking at you on the screen, whether it be on this sort of screen, whether it's out somewhere, but know that you're going to be on the screen, because it's like a TV screen. It could be a monitor.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. Jenna Lee. Live from Facebook.com/groups/JennaLees.crystal.shop. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Your Beautiful Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee. I am Jenna Lee. It is a pleasure to be here with everybody. I absolutely love my Wednesday nights here with everybody. Hey, so just before I get started, I want to tell you that we are having a massive storm outside. My connection frequently keeps getting cut off. So if you can't hear me or I'm going in and out, that is what's happening here. I'm currently in my garage to get rid of like some of the noise. Okay. So just so you know, that's what's happening. Tonight, I want to do something a little bit different. I don't know if I've ever talked about this on this show before, but if I have, just bear with me. It's a story I don't tell very often, and it's kind of crazy. It's kind of fun. So I'm going to take off my glasses. If you guys have never heard me say this before, when I have my glasses on, I can't read humans. Can't read human energy. It's kind of weird. Dave, let me know if that light looks too bright. I can turn it off. It's my overhead lights in the garage. But I really want to tell a crazy story. If you guys know, I've been a hypnotherapist for almost 12 years now. I've had ability since I was 3 years old. And gosh, my journey's been so fun. It's been so fun. But I would say it was April of 2024. I had a friend living with me. She asked me to give her a reading. It was very late at night. And I said, you want me to, you could get turned off. Okay. Sorry, I was reading my notes real quick. She asked me to give her a reading, and I said I would definitely give her a reading, but it was pretty late at night. And during this time, we had an ascended master come into the house very quickly, come into the room with us. Saint Germain, if you're aware of Saint Germain. And when he started talking to us, he started to tell us that the energy of the cosmos was getting so crazy that we could not manifest by ourselves anymore. We needed groups of people to manifest together. We needed groups of people to do our manifestation. He recommended 2 days every week in order to manifest, to get what we wanted. It was too hard to do it by ourselves. So I put together a team of women that I knew that had my best interest at heart, that always wanted what was best for me. And now these women did not know each other originally. So I pulled this group together. There was 5 of us. We met every single week, once a week on Wednesdays. Humans, we have a hard time committing to things. So it's like going to church twice a week, I suppose. And one of the first times that we met together, there was myself, one of my dearest friends, who's also a medium, one of my best friends, like my soulmate best friend, and she's psychic. We all had abilities in this room. They told me to hypnotize my friend that's the medium. We're going to call her Rachel. Okay. Rachel was one of my hypnosis students as well. She went into the deepest level of hypnosis instantaneously. If you ever watch my TikToks, you'll see some of my stuff, but instantaneously. And they had actually told me to hypnotize her to do a group channeling. Now, she's never channeled before. She didn't even know she could do this. So we go into my treatment room, and there's all 5 of us in there. And when I begin to hypnotize her, I begin to do some healing energy for her. She always has a lot of stagnant negative energy. She's always in pain. So I remove that stagnant energy so she can feel better. And her and I have always been able to see the same thing at the same time. So we're very good at working together for clearing homes, on all that stuff. Now, she's more medium than I am, and I am more into the past lives than she is. So we just work so well. That's very significant to know. So as I'm putting her under, all of a sudden, even though I'm talking in front of all these people, I can see with my psychic eyes that we have been transported, if you will, to another place. And what I'm seeing looks like a ginormous football stadium. It's all covered in white chairs. Everything's white. And we're higher up in the bleachers. And when I look over, it's like a platform, almost where the football field would be. And I'm asking her, have you ever been here before? And she says, no, she's never been here before. This makes me a little bit nervous, you guys, because I don't tell this story to too many people. It's kind of crazy. But she's telling me what she's seeing. And normally during hypnosis, you know, I wouldn't enter suggestions into my clients' minds. I want them to tell me, but I know that this is a whole different scenario that we've got going on here. And I know I can talk to my friend Rachel just with ease. We've been transported somewhere else, kind of thing. She's telling me that it's all white. She can see everything that I can see. Now this is where it gets crazy. When I look over to the stage, there are 3 what we would call alien beings, multidimensional beings. The first one, the more prominent one, was dressed head to toe in a very royal blue, shimmery, almost like a robe, gold trim. I've never seen this species before. The one to his right, same species, female, very dark purple, like a royal purple, gold trim. And it's like all the way down, these robes. And then the guy to the left of them, to our left of them, this is crazy, but he's got the head. And you know when kids draw human beings on paper, they draw their shoulders kind of like that. That's how he was. And I didn't understand because he just looked so stiff and so solid. But they started talking to us, and they started to tell us that they call themselves Theodore. There's a collective of them, and they have been working on around the planet to help raise the vibration. And at that time, they had shown me with my psychic abilities, like spaceships almost fighting above us above the planet. And so they were telling us about this fight that was going on between good and bad, or if you will, light and shadow. And they were trying to spread knowledge. And so as we started to communicate with them, my friend Rachel is actually channeling him, okay? And when he comes into her body, he just sits up she's slumped over. When he comes in, he so profoundly. And even though her eyes are closed, you can tell that he is looking at us. Her voice drops, the speech changes. And so as we start to communicate with Theodore, I start to ask them questions. I'm very good at my job. I've been very good at hypnosis for a long time. I have to play almost detective when I'm doing past life regressions. I'm very good at this. And I once read a book about a man who communicated with aliens via hypnosis. So I kind of knew what I was doing already. It just came so natural. And I started to ask them questions about which planet they were from. And he had told us they were Linglion, is what they said. They were from so far away, I can't even remember the distance, but that we would never find them. I asked them how many hours do they have on their planet every day, and he said it was similar to about 36 to 38 hours a day. I asked them how long they live for. He said they live on their planet to be about 230. They kept communicating. I kept asking questions, and they live inside of their planet. They do not have money. They don't understand the concept of money. It was very interesting. They did not understand at all. But they don't have electricity. The plants light everything up. If you've ever studied aliens on other planets, most of them are like this. So under the ground, plants light up, and they don't eat meat either. So as we were going through this process with them, they taught us new healing techniques. They taught us new prayers. They taught us new manifestation rituals, if you will. They taught us how to pray for the firmament and how to pray for the earth. And then they went into every single one of us individually and gave us all readings, which was really cool. Now, we worked with these guys, with this collective, for a long period of time, for almost a year, I would say. Now, this is going to get a little bit crazy. So if you don't believe in this stuff, just dismiss anything I'm going to tell you. But it does get crazy because over our period of time, over these months of communicating with Theodore, we learned more and more about them. Theodore, the female that was next to him is his wife. Her name is Natalie. The one that had the square shoulders, his name is Elliot. He looks like he has square shoulders under that robe because he's got tentacles. Okay. And he's a prankster. He's very funny. Now, what's significant about this is at the time that we were communicating with them, their planet was under attack. What they would call serpents, what we would call, hold on, I can't remember the word, reptilians, okay? And they were under attack. And many times that we talked to him, he had to be in almost like a safe spot, a safe box. And the coolest things were happening as we were communicating with them. They actually had to go back and study money and why we use money and what money really is. And they brought in a different spirit guide, if you will, to help us increase prosperity, to increase our finances with new manifestation techniques. That was really cool. Now that guy, I don't remember what species he was called, but he really looked like a lizard with like an 8-pack, bald head, big muscles, very like stacking like the glasses. And I told Theodore, like he's got glasses, and he said, yeah, he thinks that humans, the smart humans wear glasses. Thinking, okay, this guy had no sense of humor whatsoever. His name's Leo, by the way. So Leo's around quite a bit to help us with the finances. That's so crazy. But I told Theodore, like, I understand we're supposed to be a barter and trading system, but I can't just go do hypnosis on people and have my light bills paid, right? That's not how it works. And so they just didn't have any concept of money. They had to go study it and then come back and help us out with it in the future, a few weeks in the future. Now, one time when we were talking and their planet was still under attack, and I was asking him questions about it. How come another planet can't come help you? He says, well, if they do that, their planet's left open and their planet could be taken over. So it's really not something that they can do. But the serpents just go around and destroy things and just try to take everything they can. He really described to us how to tell if a serpent was around us, the vibration and the feeling you get when they're around, and how to push them away from us. So if this is useful for you guys, especially if you're on YouTube, please comment below because I can teach you some of these things. But before I teach, you need to know where I got the information. It's so cool. And this particular time, because I can see them, I said, Theodore, where are you talking to us from? And he said, I'm at my house. And I said, are you on your back porch? And he said, yes. And I said, are you sitting like in a rocking chair on your back porch? And he said, yeah. And I could see one of his children, and I told him, I can see your toddler around your feet. I said, you guys have children, one at a time or like in litters? He said, like litters, like 2 or 3. I said, how many kids do you have? He said, we have 16. I thought, okay, 16. That's crazy. But he was so stunned that I could physically see them. He was always really amazed by that. Now, one of the times I had told him, we want to pray for you guys. We want to pray for you. How can we help you? How can we support you? Like, how can we assist you since you guys are going through this tough time with an attack on the planet? And he kind of giggled at us, honestly. He said there was no way that we could have any effect on him. It would take 25 people to even affect a small child on their planet. I said, well, we're considered like 3D here. What are you, like 5D? And he said, we are 12D. And my brain just was like, what is 12D? What is 12D? It is like the craziest thing ever. And then on their planet, they have different types of healing techniques. They have a body scanner. And he was meant to come back the next session and do body scans on all of us and tell us what was wrong with our bodies. But we never got that far. There was a disruption in our conversations, communications, because of the war that was going on. Now, this one's really cool, but one of the times that we were talking, he just said, hold on. And you could see him, even though his eyes are closed, it looks like he's looking at us. And he just said, hold on, I'm getting a call. And he just like he starts talking in his native language. I mean, it's a series of clicking and remember, this is coming from Rachel's body. Like Rachel's the one doing it, but it's him, and he's talking and he's clicking and he's doing all these things, and very abnormal for us. Deep, kind of like inner throat noises, and it's just crazy. But when he gets done, he said, "Sorry, Natalie called me," and that's his wife. And I said, "Oh, how's she doing?" You know, and we got to know them so well. We would ask them how each other was. It was just the coolest thing. So we have this recorded. We have every single one of these sessions recorded, by the way. But my purpose of telling this story finally, if I haven't told it before, is I want to teach you some of the prayers that we learned. Now, I have said this prayer on here before, I know that, but now that you understand where it came from, I want to tell you the prayer that I say. Now, I do this every day with almost every client. It's really important to me, actually. I feel the power so strongly. So I'm going to do this really quickly. I hope I'm good on time, Dave, because I'm going to be closing my eyeballs. So wherever you're at, the first thing we do is call on our protectors. So I ask for mine and everybody who's listening, no matter what time you're listening, I ask for your protectors to come in. That could be your spirit guide, your angels, your ancestors, the ancestors who want what's for your highest and greatest good, your passed on loved one. Any part of the collective I've previously worked with, I ask for them to come in now and stand in a big, beautiful circle going all the way around us. And I ask for us to be completely shielded by a bubble of light. We are completely safe and protected from any outside energy, from any harm. I ask that every single thing that we have talked about that is negative, that we have complained about, that we have vented about, be completely transmuted into healing energy for our highest and greatest good. Energy that allows us to feel more freedom, more joy, more prosperity, and more health. We ask for that to be done. We ask for every single thing that we are trying to manifest into our life, to bring into our life. We ask it to be wrote down in our book of life. That way it is more obtainable, easily obtainable. We ask that any healing that can be done now to be done. We ask for clear guidance, clear knowledge on the next chapter of our life, the next path to take. And if there's anything else that we can receive during this session, I ask for it to be done. Okay, that's the first one. Oh, yes. Okay, I opened my eyes just in time, you guys. All right, I got Cheyenne. Is it Cheyenne or Cheyenne? From Council Bluffs, Iowa. Oh, hi, Cheyenne. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. What can I help you with?
I'm just a general reading. I'm not sure how you do yours. So.
Mine's kind of all over the place. So if you have questions, like I'm pretty good at that. Okay. Cheyenne, will you do me a favor, please, and provide me with your full birth date so I can tune in better?
January 8th of 91.
Okay. So I'm just tuning into the energy. Are you nervous right now?
Maybe a little bit. I have kids up there that want mom right now. I had to have my oldest watch a 3-year-old for a minute, but I'm fine otherwise.
Yeah. Do you normally have anxiety? Is anxiety something that's normal for you?
Lately, but never used to be.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking is because right when I tune into your energy, my belly, first of all, gets almost like butterflies, and then it gets really tight feeling. And the next thing is that when I look at your energy, your head looks really cloudy, as if like you're deep in thought, you're trying to make a hard decision, or you're torturing yourself. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can make sense.
Mm-hmm. And are you trying to make a big decision in life right now?
Yeah, there's some big decisions I need to make.
Yeah. Do you want to share what that decision is so I might be able to help you?
Well, I mean, there's some job-related ones, and there's some family relationship type ones.
Yeah.
I don't want to go too into it with saying it myself. But if you pick up on it.
Yeah. Well, relationship is this stuff. Am I free to speak about this to you?
You can say whatever comes to you, and then I'll say if it's true or not.
Are you trying to decide if you should leave or stay?
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay.
Although I don't want to leave, but there's circumstances that definitely makes you think.
Right. I mean, obviously you're at a fork in the road. It is free will, whether you choose to stay or go. I don't necessarily see you guys splitting. And if you do take a break, I do think that you would come back together. But first of all, it just looks like there's a lot of anger going on. It makes me almost sick when I get into it. There's so much anger. And is it possible for you to overcome the anger so that you can go back to feeling peaceful and still have all the trust, right? And I mean, you have such a big, beautiful heart. You have so much compassion, but that's also why it hurts so much. This, like, what I just would want to call them is like the betrayal. And so it is a fork in the road. Now, how long have you guys? Yeah. How long have you guys been together for?
Since 2008.
Yeah, gosh.
Long time. That
when I tune into your energy, say that again, please.
I said it's been a while since I counted out how many years that was, but
that's almost 18. Yeah, it should be almost 18, depending on your wedding anniversary. So when I tune into your energy, you are somebody that is resilient enough that you could do this. The challenge is going to be, is he willing to shift to rise up with you? That's going to be the challenge. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I feel the same way, which is why it's constantly deciding, every day which way things are going to go,
Right.
And
it feels like no matter what, it just looks to be. Yeah. Gosh, I don't know. This is such a fork in the road because it could go either way. If you stepped aside and removed yourself from the situation, it might do enough to make him want to be better. My fear is if you do stay, that he's just going to think that this is okay and nothing will change. So
yeah,
it's just such a hard thing to do. So the only thing that I can advise you. Say it again.
Go ahead. You finish your thought.
But if I can recall it, hold on. If I can even recall it back into my brain. No, you're okay. The only thing that I can really truly advise you on is you're on a very difficult road no matter what. But when you weigh your decisions, when it comes to you, what brings you the most peace in the long run? Not right now, but in the long run. And you're kind of, it's kind of challenging because you don't know how he's going to be. But ultimately, when making a decision, what brings you the most peace? Because your children, they're going to be okay. If you're okay, your children are going to be okay. If you're at peace, they're going to be at peace. So that's what I'm telling you is when you look at it, what brings you the most peace in the long run?
Whatever makes me and my kids happy, obviously. I don't want them to have all kinds of trauma on them that they had no part of, trying to prevent them from having, the negative effects on them.
Yeah. And so I do understand that too, like whatever brings them the most peace. Because the one thing about you is you kind of do push yourself to the side a lot and take care of everybody else. But your love and your compassion is so healing to so many people, especially your children. You're always going to find your way. And I know it feels like you may have questioned in your life what your purpose is, right? Are you more than just a mom or whatever? But really, you're
exactly.
You have been doing your life's purpose because your natural ability is to spread love, and you do it so easily. You do it so well. So when you question yourself if you're doing a good job or you're doing what you're meant to or what your purpose is, you've been doing that. Your purpose is to spread love and to help heal the kids so that they can go on and spread that same love. You have been doing your life's purpose. So the only thing that you
forward to it.
Really? Okay, good. Yeah. So the only thing that you can do right now is whatever's going to bring you and the children the most peace so you can keep doing your life's purpose. And when you choose yourself, you will be provided for. There will be blessings. And I'm not saying it's going to not be challenging, that it'll be easy, but you will be provided for. When you choose your own peace, you will be provided for. Please know the universe will have your back.
I do believe that. Now I'm just trying to decide what to do career-wise, financial-wise, that's going to work with still being a mom to 5 kids, because it's not easy around schedules and stuff.
Oh, I know. I had 4 of them, so I know what you're talking about.
My youngest is like 3 months. So.
Oh, so small. Okay, what I would recommend in that case is, because I'm not picking up on exactly what you're going to do with work right now. I think it's because you haven't made a choice quite yet. So that's kind of all up in the air. But what I would recommend doing for yourself is writing down a list of all the things you do want in a job. How do you want to feel? What hours do you want to work? You know, how many hours a week do you want? What's the pay you want? How you feel when you go to work, kind of thing. And if you want to work from home, put that in there too, because if that's an opportunity for you, they will provide that for you. And then do your part and start looking for, jobs that offer what you're asking, and let the universe provide for you.
Yeah, I need to do that.
Yeah,
because I've been done with what I've been doing for so many years.
It's important to be clear, because if you don't know what you want, the universe doesn't know what to send you. So you have to be clear, be as specific as possible. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Well, it was nice to talk to you. I hope I get to catch up with you again. It is my time to get off the air, though. Let me know how everything works out for you. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a great night. Okay. I can't believe my time passed by so fast by telling you guys these stories and doing this part with you, but it's incredible. If you have questions, please write it in the comments. I would love to do more of this because we talked to them for like a whole year. I will see you again next week at 10:30 Eastern Time. Have a great week, everybody.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites. websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where the mayor just made a wonderful announcement where he's going to go full Trotsky on us because certain pale ethnic groups make too much money, and he must put an end to that immediately. He says, I was just chatting with the producer here, Dave, who I remembered an old Soviet Union joke. They were very sardonic when they were living under communist rule. The joke went like this. Under capitalism, man exploits man, but under communism, it's the other way around. So, the guy is trying so many things, and none of them are going to work because none of them are going to pass. Right now, his answer to everything is more free stuff. So he's going to essentially give everybody free childcare here, which, of course, we have a thing that gives childcare. It's called a parent. But, I don't want to get too deep into the political stuff here because this is just a passing fad, and it won't last. The thing that's going to put a stop to what's happening here with this ideological person who's never really had a job before. That's the funny part to me, is that, I'm familiar with the ins and outs of show business, and I can tell you it's one of the easiest things to get into. A lot of people think it's hard. It is not hard at all. I mean, look how many people are in it, right? This guy who's the mayor now here couldn't get into show business even with his mother, who is a director for Disney, making movies. She couldn't even get him in. I mean, so, yeah, let's make him mayor. Suddenly, years ago, somebody said that politics was show business for ugly people. And we're kind of seeing that now at this point. So these things will blow over. They'll pass. New York has been burned down. New York has been rioted. And I don't mean like, the little things that we saw in the news in the last few years. I'm talking about massive riots here where buildings were torched and the whole city was crippled. You look at the history of New York, and this is a town that always bounces back, always. So we're getting racially motivated politics now, which is what is known in the dictionary as racism. Racism is when politics, political, what's the word I'm looking for? Policy is justified by races, which really don't exist. That's just an artificial thing that they do to scare the hell out of everybody. So, New York will be fine. We may have a few rough days, but it's nowhere near as bad as these professional sourpusses like to say. It's just trust your old Uncle Elliot on that. I've been through this city. I've been in this city since the 50s, and I've seen it come and I've seen it go, and I've been deeply immersed in the political scene here. And I can tell you that a lot of the people here, and especially in the area I live in, only went into politics because they did indeed fail in show business. This is something they have in common with the mayor here. When they fail, they just keep failing. The funny thing about failing in show business is that that's called the learning process. If it doesn't work, don't do it. Now, I've spent years developing a comedy act, which got laughs. But I could write that down and give it to somebody else and it wouldn't get laughs because it's what works for you in the entertainment business. So anybody who tries to be somebody else gets eaten up alive. But there's always room for more. As long as somebody look, the reason I was shall we say, popular in my field of endeavor, which for quite a long period was screenwriting, is because people could make money off of me. That's the whole point. There's a lot of people who think that because they've seen movies all their lives, they know what screenwriting is, and they really don't. But I always ask them one question, and nobody ever gets it right, which is, what is a screenplay for? And maybe I'll tell you later. But nobody I ever met who aspired to be a screenwriter could answer that question correctly. What is a screenplay for? I'll give you a hint. It's not the guide for shooting the movie. Not at all. So anyway, we'll go into some of that later because these are very interesting things to people for some reason. And, if you really want to get ahead in a certain business, any business, you got to understand the business. You have to know what it's about. You have to understand what your job is and what your job isn't. So now, we're getting all these people who, like, are doctors. These doctors who are getting fired from their jobs because they think that their job is to be a social justice warrior. Now, if you want to have a social conscience and do what you think is right, fine. But, there's an old saying in the esoteric world, which is so totally misunderstood. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And immediately people say, oh, so I can murder somebody? And of course, the answer is no. If the law is that you should do what is your will to do, you have no right to steal somebody else's will by killing them. You see how that works? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, which is that you become yourself. You do who you are. Because there's really only one you at any given moment. I don't know if we come back or not, but that's what people used to wonder. I get in trouble even in high school. Well, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, I want to be the best possible Elliot I can be. Well, that's not anything. Won't you be an engineer? So many kids in grade school said they wanted to be engineers that I thought they meant like Choo Choo Charlie in the Good and Plenty commercials. I didn't realize that an engineer didn't mean running a train. But, the kids, I saw like 5, 6, 7-year-olds saying, I'm going to be an engineer. And they didn't know what it was, They're just social pressures there. But find out who you are, what you can do, and use it, make a living doing it. It's not that hard. Yeah, well, you're lucky, they say. No, I wasn't lucky. I worked very hard to get where I was. Here's a secret about the entertainment business. When I was a screenwriter, I spent more time writing memos to the producers than actually working on the screenplay. Because we touched on this a week or so ago, the parts of a conversation. In a conversation, there's what I say and there's what you hear. And then there's what I think you heard, and there's what you think I said. And it can be very confusing. And, the big problem that the producers have is they hire some gung-ho young screenwriter, tell them exactly what kind of movie they want them to be paid to write, and then they'll come off and go away, and they come back with a script that has nothing to do with it. So anytime I had a telephone conversation or a luncheon meeting with a producer, I would go home and I would write a memorandum. And I would say, this is to memorialize what we discussed. Please let me know if I'm correct. That's it. This communication is at the heart of everything. If you can be Albert Einstein, but if you can't communicate what E equals MC squared means, you're screwed. It's all about communication, and the tarot cards are a form of communication. I don't make up what I'm reading. I just follow what the cards show me, and I explain to people what I see. I shuffled them up terribly today, so they're a big mess. But that won't stop us because I don't. People have asked me about this. I don't read the cards upside down in a short reading because we don't need to. The upside down cards. There's a card that covers everything in the deck, so you don't really need the upside down stuff. But in a very long, in-depth reading, it's handy. So some of these cards are even backwards. Let's see. Yeah, see, backwards. So let's see what we can do here, and we'll get into it. But in the meantime, I guess what I'm trying to say is don't let politics bend you out of shape. It's just a bizarre form of show business, and they have very little power over us, the political people. They just don't have that much power. They think they do, but they don't. That's why they are acting out all the time. But remember, always find out if what the person is doing is in their nature. If it's in your nature to be a politician, then you'll be a good politician. If it's not in your nature to be a politician, if you're only doing it because your father did it and your grandfather did it, you're headed for trouble. One of the meanest, nastiest people I ever saw in New York politics was somebody who was a fourth-generation political leader. And he spent a lot of time helping people and doing very good things. And then as he got older, he just started to really hurt people a lot. So, this is something to watch out for. Don't throw away your life, is what I'm saying. Find out who you are, what you're meant to do. Get a tarot reading. Get an in-depth tarot reading. Get a birth chart. I offer birth charts free, Just go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Now, there are 2 pages there. One is about getting a birth chart, and the other one shows birth charts for celebrities. Now, you want to have your socks knocked off, which sounds like a fun experience, doesn't it? Then please take a look at the celebrity birth charts at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you will be surprised at how accurate they are. I mean, thoroughly accurate. And if you would like to, if you're not sure of who you are and where you're going and what your destiny may be, get a birth chart. I can sell you a 25-page one, or I can give you a free one that's like 2 pages. They're both fine. I'm not asking anybody to spend money, that's for sure. But if you choose to, the option is there. Almost nobody takes that option, and I'm fine with that. I'm not being exploited. In fact, right now, at this point in my life, I need to be busy. So if you can ask me for a free birth chart, you got it. If you can ask me for a free mini tarot reading, you got it. I'll be more than happy to do it. I did 3 of those today. Why shouldn't I do one for you? You're really helping me if you do it, because I'm really not in the best frame of mind I've ever been in, as many of you know and know why. But it's the show is not about me; it's about you. And I'll say it again, I am so happy at the outpouring of understanding and help I've gotten from the Ask One Radio audience. It's been great. So if you just feel like dropping me a line to say, we're with you, we hope all works out for you, go for it. And not just for me. I mean, you'd be surprised what that does for people. There's a wonderful scene in the play, 1,000 Clowns. And if you don't know it, take a look at the movie sometime. It's called 1,000 Clowns, where a guy has a revelation. He walks down the street and he apologizes to people. Excuse me, sir, but I'm sorry. Or I'm very sorry. And it brightens up their day, because apparently a lot of people are walking around feeling that the world owes them an apology. Now, here's a story I've told before. I knew a guy who used to say, money is great, but it's not worth working for. He had the right attitude about money, as far as I'm concerned. It's not what he didn't mean you don't have to earn your money. He didn't mean steal it. What he meant was it's not worth grinding yourself into the ground over. Of all the things, I decided through my experimentation that of all the things people need in life, money is one of the easiest to get. I mean, you show up and you do a job for a few hours a day, you'll get money. So I walked along Central Park West, which some of you may not know is a very, for the most part, swanky neighborhood in New York City. And I asked people on Central Park West if they would give me some money. And they did. Almost everybody I asked gave me some money. Almost nobody avoided me. A little loose change here, a little folding money there. And I donated that money to a charity. Then the next day, I walked along the same stretch at the same time. And this time I didn't ask for money. I asked for people to listen to me. Not one person took me up on it. Not one, which is, why a lot of people go to see psychiatrists. They're paying somebody to listen to them. So that's an important lesson in life. I think I learned. What the lesson actually is, I don't know yet. But that was so many years ago. So you see, by way of all this, just remember what the main function of the news media is. It's to drive you crazy. One of their favorite tools is asking questions. Could this be the end of New York? Well, there's a wonderful website dedicated to what's called Betteridge's Law of Headlines. And this person, Ian Betteridge, decided long ago that any headline that ends with a question mark can be answered with the word no. And there's some very fun. Every day they add new headlines from the news because lazy journalists love to write that. That means we know that the story is not true, but we simply want to run the story anyway. So, my refinement on that is ignore any headline that says could in it. Could this be the final days? No. Because it's not news, it's conjecture. Now, if you can cut out headlines with a question mark and just answer them no and ignore them after that, or you can ignore any story that has could or may be in the headline, you'll do yourself a world of good. Because these people, I've been around them for decades, and they just like to upset other people. It's that simple. And those other people are you and me. So that's my homily for today. I'll tell you something else. I'm about to say something that I would wager nobody has ever heard a man say. That's not some big confession about feminism or anything. Here it is. I misplaced my turban. Have you ever heard anybody say that they lost their turban? I mean, right over there in my office is where I remember it being in a box, nicely wrapped up and secure. But wow, I can't find the thing. I found 4 fedoras that I didn't even remember I had. But no turban. So I'm probably the only person you'll ever hear moaning and whining that I lost my turban. Now, the funny thing is, you can't get one like that anymore. I mean, that company that made those went out of business during the Biden inflation period, as did like many inexpensive shaving soaps, which is what led me on my shaving soap odyssey, which I'm not going to talk about. But you can find it at my website, mojoacademy.org. There's several pages there about shaving soap, if you're so inclined. I have to mail some more out. I just sold some more soaps. See, I only made these soaps because I didn't want to pay a fortune for shaving soap, and I didn't see a reason to. So I went into making it for myself, and then I realized it was so inexpensive, I'll sell it. And I'm talking about I'm selling shaving soaps for like $4.99. I asked for a little more on eBay, but that's the game there. You can put in a lower price, and I'll consider it and probably give it to you. Even if it's just $4.99, you want to make it $4, fine. There's just no reason to take a commodity like shaving soap if you use a brush and a mug if you're a man and make it $16. But you'll see videos all over the place of people boasting about using $32 shaving soaps. One born every minute, folks. So that's my opening philosophy. Now we're going to go do the readings. How's that? Like I told you, I often get quite chatty because, especially now, living alone for the first time in over 40 years, I really feel like I'm burdening some people with emails and voicemails and all of that. But I like talking to you guys. Faceless hordes of people around the world listening to Reverend Elliot, and you don't even know how much good you do me. You don't even know how much you help me. And I really appreciate it. So the free charts, the free birth chart, free mini reading, it's a way of me giving back. Please take advantage of it. The more time I spend doing that, the happier I'll be. And I'm looking forward to making a free birth chart for you, so you'll know who you are a little bit better, maybe. Carl Jung, the psychiatrist, the great father of psychiatry, he was really hip to this stuff. He likened people to wine, each wine having a vintage with certain characteristics. So are people. See, so take a look at the astrology page at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I'll put a link to that today, if I remember, on Twitter, X. So let's pull back the curtain on the magical window. I'll ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Hey, see, that bell worked. And now we're going to greet our first caller, Megan in Alexandria, Virginia. Hello, Megan. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm doing better now that I'm here with all you guys. So what can I look at for you?
I just wanted a general reading to see if Spirit had a message for me.
Okay. Well, according to this, you're kind of at the cusp of some new stuff happening. I'm seeing that your mind is changing. Not that you're going nuts or anything, in a good way. Your mind is expanding, and you're finding a new way to think about life and see things. Is that something you're working on?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
it's working. I've got the Ace of Swords, and I have another card that has swords in it, which is the Justice card. Now, the thing about the Justice card is it means you're getting what you deserve. Were you cheated out of something recently, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the world is going to make that good, Aside from that, the 3 of Rods is here. That's about waiting for results, good results. The 3s are about completion and also growth. And the 8 of Coins is here. Now, if you're in the line of looking for new work, that's a very good card. Now, even if it isn't new work, it could be a new assignment within a job you already have. It shows an apprenticeship, a person working very hard at something new and being recognized and rewarded for what she's done. So that's pretty good. Now, the Chariot is here, too. That's a major card. You have 2 major cards here. The Chariot is about a person who's holding conflicting forces together. Do you feel like that's happening in your life?
Holding conflicting forces.
Yeah.
I can relate to that.
The symbolism here, and then I have a very good card for you, ugly but good. The symbolism here is a person holding driving a chariot with 2 horses, one white, one black. One wants to go this way, the other wants to go that way, but you make them go according to the way you want them to go. Now that shows you have great willpower, but it's also tiring. But you're able to do it. You're able to do what needs to be done, but you might need a little break here. And that's what this card is. This is an ugly card, nasty looking card, and it scares a lot of people, but don't let it scare you. It shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. Now, that doesn't mean somebody's assassinated you. It means that life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. So it's really a wonderful card. And the final card I have for you is the 10 of Cups, which is supreme happiness and a happy home and things working out very well. So in this period where your mind is growing and your mind is changing and you're going to be reaping results in the near future, and probably starting some new kind of work endeavor that you will apply yourself to very rigorously, and you'll succeed. I mean, this is all very good. And whatever you had been sort of cheated out of, the world is going to make that up to you, and you're going to live in complete happiness, according to these cards. See, it's a very Nothing horrible happens here. It's a very dull, good reading. The cornerstone of this reading is your head. Not that you're a blockhead, but I knew a blockhead. I mean, that's a very specific thing in carnival talk. A blockhead, I don't know if I even want to explain what they do. They hammer nails up their nose. That's the act. But you're going to do very well because your mind is growing and changing. And unfortunately, the first thing that happens when we do that, when we grow that way, is we lose friends. I don't know what the hell happened to you. You're so different now, but they don't get that you're better. So don't let that get you down. You'll attract new people. Seriously will. Okay, so here's another one. This is the Six of Rods. Is another card of success and triumph. So you're headed down a good path. You're headed down a very good path, and it's work that you're doing for yourself. That's what counts. Let's see, anything else?
I believe it.
Yeah, you'll money is coming your way, and you'll be good at juggling that money. You'll know how to make that money work to make more money. That's really the whole point of, well, that's capitalism in a nutshell. Is to have your money make the money, and it's doable. Right. It really is doable. Mm-hmm. But somehow, if you look at the United Nations statistics, you'll see that capitalism, and I'm trying not to be ideological about this, just factual, has lifted more people out of poverty than anything. It's the old saying about if you give a person a fish, you'll feed him for a day. If you teach her how to fish, you'll feed her for a lifetime. And that's what it does. There's a creativity to doing capitalism right. Now, if you want to be a rapacious capitalist and just go there and grab everything you can, that is not going to work out very well for you. But to have money working for you instead of you working for money is good. I mean, when I went out into the workforce, I couldn't believe that I was getting paid all the money I was getting just to show up and work 8 hours a day. And I did good things with that money. And looking back with inflation, at the age of 20, I was making the equivalent today of about $60,000. And I liked the work. That was the main thing. I enjoyed the work. Won't say so much for the people I worked with because they were nasty, many of them, forming little cliques and all. But you're smart. These cards show me that your mind works. And this is another thing about holding conflicting forces. If you get into a situation where people are trying to hurt you, you're going to handle yourself very well. Okay?
Mm-hmm. I've learned, yeah.
I mean, I feel sorry for them because not because you're going to hurt them, but because they won't be able to hurt you. And for some people, that's a goal in life. You've noticed that. Mm-hmm. Here it is again, the Chariot. So things are looking good for you, and it's all coming very soon. Here's the Wheel of Fortune confirms that there's change coming. So yeah, don't thank me. It's you. It's your cards and it's your work. You're the one doing the work. My reading shows that the work is going to pay off. Okay, Megan?
Thank you. Thank you
pleasure.
So much for your time and your energy.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, I enjoy doing this. I've been doing it for like 15 years, and every time I do a show, it's like the first time.
Oh, thank you.
Glad to meet you. I agree with that person who said that the world is full of friends we just haven't met yet. Thank you so much, Megan. Bye-bye now.
Good night. Bye-bye.
And let's just shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Good grief. Have we really hit the halfway mark already? Who is this chatterbox, Reverend Elliot? This is, I like I said, these are very important things. Now, if you don't want to call and you want a reading without, like hundreds of thousands of people listening around the world, live and then even more later on the at the archive. If you're a little shy about that, just send me an email and I'll do a free mini reading for you. Now, I'm not trying to entice you into it. I've actually got a sinister ulterior motive, which is to keep me busy. Look, any man who is capable of losing his turban really needs to focus his mind. And this kind of stuff is good for developing focus. I've got a few new products ready to go. I'm going to be putting them up on my website. So one of them involves this book that I wrote 15 years ago about bending spoons, which is really, it's not about bending spoons. That's the pretext. But it'll show you how to do it, even though people will tell you it can't be done. You take another look at that picture I just showed you. Right there on the cover is the first spoon I ever bent with just my mind. I remember being shocked. It just flipped over. And I'm offering a special package for that book because it's still, after 15 years, it still sells well. And I just want to give a little extra. I have the time now, and you people have been so darn kind to me over the years. Do you know how many nasty phone calls I've gotten doing this? Just one, and I made him feel like a dope. Just one, and and I'm talking about 15 years worth of phone calls. So I'm not inviting you to come in and abuse me, but I'm just showing how wonderful you folks are. Now let's go to Jackie in Ogden, Utah. Hi, Jackie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Well, let's see if we can do something for both of us to be a little better. How's that? What can I look at for you?
I don't know. I guess I was just wanting a general reading, I suppose, or maybe if you could tell me what maybe Tony's intentions are with having a relationship with me, I guess. I don't know.
Well, okay, this is very good. This is right off the bat. This is the 10 of Cups. Cups are about relationships and romance. And the 10 is perfected happiness. That means it's going to be very good, Now, have you recently had a relationship that didn't work out?
That was with Tony. We've been on like an on and off complicated type of situation for the last 9 years.
Well, these things happen because, speaking of 9, that's what this card is. It's the 9 of rods. Now, if you can see the card, it shows a person who's got a bandage on her head, standing in front of a bunch of rods, ready to fight. The bandage means you've been around the block. You know what I mean? The bandage is that you've taken your lumps. But it means that you have experience and you know how to handle things. It's very important because in the romantic realm, people take so much abuse. This is one of the things that shocked somebody to whom I was briefly married, was that I didn't put up with it, and I terminated the relationship, so to speak. That's for another time. But the thing about the relationships here is that, I've got 4 cards here, and 3 of them are cups. And as I said, cups are about romance and relationships. So the cards are really responding exactly to you. The 6 of cups is about memories of childhood. There's somebody who maybe from your past who could potentially pop up again, or at least is on your mind. And the 2 of Cups is here. Now, that's an interesting one. The 2 of Cups can mean a new relationship or a relationship you're in now, reaching a new level. But that's a very important card that way. That means that something good is on the way to you in terms of relationship. and it's going to be good. Now, you see, here I have another cup card, which is the 8 of Cups. That's a person who knows to move away from things that aren't working for her and go towards things that are. So you're not a
kind of been at.
You're not a sucker, but you know, some people can have a hold on us. You know what I mean? It's difficult. I mean, I don't like to get this personal because it's not about me; it's about you guys. But if you're being honest with me, I should be honest, you know, and open with you. I got out of a very lousy marriage many years ago, and it hurt me when I left. You know, when I broke it up, I couldn't believe it. My first thought was, I can't believe this is upsetting me. You know, it's God. I'm shuffling the cards up here while we talk, but here are 2 more cards for you that are cups. So definitely, romance is very important in your life. The Ace of Cups again bodes the potential for something new in terms of romance, and the 3 of Cups is a completion of a matter in plenitude. Which also the important thing here is it shows that you will either find a new level of romance with this person, or you'll find somebody new through your friends. See, that's an important thing. So keep your eye out. But you know, overall, the cards are very positive for. I don't believe this. I got 2 more cards here, and they're both cups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 8 cards are cups. So definitely this is about relationship and romance and love. King of Cups and the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups bodes well for something new happening romantically in your life. And the King of Cups shows that you're gaining good control over your emotions. You're not letting your emotions beat you around. You know, now women have a reputation for being overly emotional. Trust me, men are worse, you know, but because men tend to be far more repressed, in my experience. So
yeah,
but you'll be doing well. I can't believe all these cup cards you got here. All but one is a cup card. All of them but one. You know,
and I'm not normally like very like concerned about a relationship. It's just like, I don't know, I'm just getting older in age, and I don't know, like I just want a partner, like more than anything. And I just don't want to sit there and waste my time any longer for something that's not going anywhere.
You know, and here I have the card of the Hierophant, which is a card about marriage, which is a card about religious solemnization. There comes a point where no matter what you feel like about a person, you got to start calling the bluff. You know, you got to say enough is enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this is about. This is about here's the Wheel of Fortune says that the situation you're in will change, and the next is a major card, which is Temperance, which is about balance being restored in your life. So I think this is going to work out very well. I think that there will be a restoration of balance, because right now it's out of whack. You can see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not in balance, but it will be balanced out, and the results very likely can be a happy marriage, according to this, because that's something that you know, it doesn't just happen. It's something people work at, and people have to be determined to do. He's another one. There's another cup card. I'm going to ignore it, though, because the next card is healing, health, growth, happiness. It's the Sun. Finally, a card that is a major card that isn't involving cups, but it tells me that you're going to have everything you want, and balance will be restored, and you'll grow, and you'll be happy, and you'll be healthy. Okay?
Okay.
So you know, it's a very good reading, because it shows what you want, and you're willing to work to get that which you want. Correct?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So let's see if there's one more card here. Well, there's the Justice card again. We had that earlier. You know, there's things in life that you may not think it this way, but there's things in life that you deserve, and you're going to get those things. And that sounds like a threat to some people, but it's not.
No, I mean, it just like that's also another thing that I was thinking about the other day is, I guess like my lack of self-love to myself, I guess, and feeling that I have to stop allowing people to treat me a certain type of way because I feel like I don't deserve any different.
Yes, that is big. That is
Not
very
being
big.
worthy.
That's something. There's a little voice in a lot of people's heads that say, "I don't deserve this." In a very strange way, I've known more than I want to know people who killed themselves, and with one exception, they were all very successful at what they did. But deep down inside, they didn't feel they deserved it, so they killed themselves. Can you imagine that?
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it's very sad. Well, the world is here. That's a card of assured success. And the Eight of Swords here, this is exactly what you just described to me. This is a person who doesn't feel able to move, feels trapped. But the thing about the Eight of Swords is that you're bound to the swords by a rope. And by moving, you'll cut those ropes. So there's hope there. I think that you will cut the ropes. Oh, gosh, again, the cups. The Nine of Cups tells me you're going to be very happy. There's a plumped person there because that person is so gifted with life pleasures. You know, it's a card that even gives a warning that people might be upset with you because they're envious of you. So, you know, you're aware of what's bothering you. That's the main thing. You feel inadequate. Somebody put that little recording in your head to feel inadequate, and you're dealing with it. And I say you're going to vanquish it. At my website, magic-works.com, I have a page called Erase Those Tapes. Because it's bad enough when we have bad feelings about ourselves, but when somebody else put them there, it's worse. So do that. I mean, when I was a child, my mother said something I wouldn't even say to a person I despised. And fortunately, I was a strong little child, and I didn't let it bother me. I knew that it was her problem, not mine. And it was about how everything I touch is ruined. Everything I can. And he's telling a 9-year-old this, you know. I remember it, but I remember.
Start into your brain.
Yeah, I remember it because I rejected it. I absolutely, utterly rejected it. And then that's something no 9-year-old should have to go through. But it sticks with us. And there's always, I've known so many people who were quite confident and successful who would tell me during a reading, there's a little voice that says, you're not good enough and you don't deserve this. Well, you know, you are good enough. You do deserve it. I mean, that's like that character that Al Franken used to play, Stuart Smalley, which is a great name. It's based on a talent agent named Stuart Smiley, who we all knew in the comedy world. So he just made a joke out of Stuart Smiley's name. But it's, you know, by gosh, you know, you deserve it. Now, one of my favorite attitudes in life is I don't get headaches, I give them. You know, so that's that's a start. Don't let people mess around with you. This is very worth exploring, but according to these cards, you're going to come out of this just fine. Okay?
Okay.
In fact, just for icing on the cake, that's a card of somebody giving you money. You got money coming your way. It's a card of philanthropy.
That's what I need.
And I see money in your future. And there's the Lovers again. See, that's about making a choice between the sacred and the profane. It's not about romance, but it's like the Temperance card, which is about balance. Your life has gone out of whack, and you're going to unbalance the unbalanced. You know, I think I put my money on you. Okay.
Okay. Cool.
Now, you doubt any of that, you just listen to this reading again. It'll be at the archive by tomorrow, if not later tonight. Okay. But I also would like you to contact me. You know, I don't charge for email stuff, you know, I mean, unless you want to buy an email reading, and I'm not selling you that. I mean, if you want some coaching on this stuff, just drop me a line. I'll be more than happy to deal with it. Okay,
Okay.
and I'm not
All right.
looking to get any payday out of this. I think
Okay,
that
cool.
I think you're right at the point of change, positive change, and I'd like to help you across the finish line. How's that?
All right. Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye bye now, Jackie. And let's see. I can't believe the time is going so fast. You know, this is. I mentioned Einstein before. Somebody once described the theory of relativity quite glibly as 5 seconds sitting on a hot stove, seems longer than 5 minutes sitting on the lap of a beautiful woman. Well, which of course I'm not going to do at this stage of my life. I'm going to go find women and sit on their lap. That's Harpo Marx territory. Anyway, so the trick is to see what the reality is, and that's what magic work does. It lets us see the magic. We have some time here. Let's go to Loretta in Rosewood, Manitoba. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Loretta. How are you? Thank you for being so patient. What can I look at for
my
you?
pleasure. Well, actually, I don't have anything specific, but I do just want just a general message, I guess. Like,
Okay.
just yeah.
Let's see what the cards deliver to you. There's a way of reading the cards that I tell you what's on your mind, and if it's wrong, we don't do the reading, you know. But then we have to come back tomorrow.
Okay,
but
well,
I'll try it a little differently.
I just want like whatever spirit thinks I should hear.
Well,
like what I
the
need
high
to know,
priestess,
I guess.
the high priestess is here. That means that you have great spiritual ability, and you're able to pierce the veil between this world and the next, which is a very important talent. And it tells me a lot about you. Are you a very spiritual person?
I wasn't before, but in the last few years I've been really going on a deep journey. So yes, I would say I'm definitely moving that way. And
Excellent.
I am, yeah.
Well, I have the world here. That's a card of assured success. Here, this is a card I love, the Magician. That goes with the High Priest. The High Priest and the Magician. The Magician can take energy from above and use it here on this plane and make things happen. So the Justice card is here also. So you're again, if you've been mistreated, you're going to it's going to be made up to you by the world. Which, you know, they're like, well, the world doesn't owe you anything. Yeah, it does, actually, sometimes. So sometimes the world owes us a lot, wouldn't you say?
Well, yes. A lot of the healing that I'm doing now is more for the injustices that are happening in the world right now. So
well, this is the Justice card.
a lot of sense.
There used to be before the pandemic. There was a thing. I'll have to see if it's still around. They made a set of cards that you could print out, and it was a ritual that thousands of people around the world did on the same day at the same time, with those cards to promote justice and positive energy in the world. So, you know, I'll see if that's still around. And if not, I'll revive it, for God's sake. This is ridiculous that we have so many people whose whole job in life seems to be to destabilize us all. And they love it. You know, they relish it. They enjoy it. But you're going to be okay. I've got a lot of major cards here for you. In fact, all of these are major cards. The High Priestess, the Magician, the World, Justice, and the Star. The Star is hope and optimism. The Star is that you'll get what you want. The Star is that things will work out very well for you. I've had this card earlier today, the Two of Cups. There is something romantic coming your way. The Judgment card is here, another major card. That's another one where you'll be revitalized. You'll be a new person because you're going to get the justice that you've been denied. So these are very strong cards, and you may not even know it, but you've got a strong personality. You may not think it. I mean, I've known people who thought that they were little weak church mouse types, and I would ask them, "Do you understand that you always get what you want?" And they said, "Well, that's just luck."
Well,
no, yeah. So don't sell yourself short, because you've got many powerful cards here, including now this one, the Empress, the High Priestess, the Magician. These are spectacular cards showing a very powerful person. So if you have some awakening spiritual interests, you're going to do well with them. The Eight of Rods is here. That's just a rather plebeian card that tells me that good things are on their way right now in your life and will come into your life very, very soon. Okay?
That's all amazing and very, very, it resonates with me. Like I said, I've been on this journey and I'm doing some really cool ceremonies and just different stuff.
Have you lost friends yet who say, I don't know what happened to you, you're so different?
Oh, yeah, I have. Lots of them, actually. But I'm okay with that because
that's the price.
I'm just going to say, like, I still hold love for them and I'm still sending love to them. And then maybe they'll join me sometime. But,
Yeah. Well,
okay.
a lot of that comes from their own expectations, which are probably unrealistic. You are who you are, and the more they see who you really are, the more welcoming they ought to be, and they ought to be celebrating. It's like the return of the prodigal child. This is important. I still remember when I started on my own spiritual voyage. I don't think I've been in contact with any of those people I knew before that so many years ago. They just thought I was crazy, so let them think I'm crazy. If this is crazy, so be it. Here's a very important card for you, which is the Six of Swords. That's about a person moving from rough waters to calm waters through her own initiative. So you're on a good path here. The person is pushing a little boat from choppy waters to calm waters is the symbolism, and it is very good. And that's what you're doing. And, that just seems to irritate some people. They ought to be celebrating. I'm not saying go kill a fatted calf or anything, but,
I'm trying to cultivate inner peace because I know the outer world is a reflection of the inner world. So that's kind of what I'm focusing on.
Yeah, well, I wish more people understood that. It's also reflected in the Emerald Tablet, as above, so below. That's the way it goes. Well, I have to run now, but you can contact me anytime. My email is asktarot, one word, at earthlink.net, or you can find me through askoneradio.com. And anytime you want a little guidance with it, I can probably send you some texts, some books, some things I can email to you.
That would be wonderful. Can I ask you for one last card, just for a friend that has left this world? If that's possible.
Yeah, I got the High Priestess card again, which means that you'll be in touch with that person. I've got to run. I've got only a minute and change to go.
Thank you so much. Take care.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And hey, that's it, folks. We come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Gosh, I really, maybe I'll talk less up front because, well, I'm still going to run out of time at some point, so that doesn't make sense. But, like my grandmother used to say, everything in life has an end except a salami. It has two. That was my grandmother. Go figure, right? So I'll see you again next Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, 8 Pacific. Follow me at X, at Rev Elliot. And, let's see what comes along and see if we can get a dialogue going. Till then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Thank you.